the orderly conduct of the meeting is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant-at-arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the sergeant-at-arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to: 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace, pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the sergeant-at-arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant-at-Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant-at-arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant-at-arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the sergeant-at-arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to: 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace, pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the sergeant-at-arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant-at-Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times
that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant-at-arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant-at-arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the sergeant-at-arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant-at-Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant-at-Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant-at-Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant-at-Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant-at-Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner
that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms.
City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant at Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant at Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and...
Good morning, members of the City Council. The meeting will begin shortly. Please remember to log in your devices. If you need assistance, it will be available. Thank you.
Of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant at Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace
or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant at arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazard, as determined by the sergeant at arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to: 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace, pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the sergeant at arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose.
Good morning, members of the City Council. The meeting will begin shortly. Please remember to log into your devices. If you need assistance, it will be available. Thank you.
Which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant at arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant at arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazard, as determined by the sergeant at arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to: 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace, pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the sergeant at arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times
that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant-at-arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted.
Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the sergeant-at-arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the sergeant-at-arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant-at-Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant-at-Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant-at-Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant-at-Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant-at-Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of sign.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to City Council. Welcome to City Council. Everyone, can you please start taking your seats? If you do not have a seat, you will have to leave the chamber until seats open up. Again, please start taking your seats. If you do not have a seat, you will have to leave the chamber until seats open up. Thank you.
Placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms.
City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms. Such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant at Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry.
Good morning. Shh. Shh. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The mayor is entering the dais. The meeting will start momentarily. If you can't find a seat here, please go to the third floor. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The council will come to order. Madam Clerk, please take a quorum roll call.
The vote is now open. The quorum roll call is now open. Please use your e-devices. The roll call is now open. Raise your hand if you need help with your e-device. I will now call on those who have not used their e-device. Alderman Hopkins. Not present in chambers. Alderman Robinson. Not present in chambers. Alderman Hall. Not present in chambers. Alderman Mitchell. It's okay. Mitchell is present. Alderwoman Ramirez. Ramirez is present. Alderwoman Coleman, not present in chambers. Alderman Curtis. Alderman Curtis is present. Alderman Mosley. Mosley is present in chambers. Alderman Rodriguez, not present in chambers. Alderwoman Tabarras, not present in chambers. Alderwoman Scott, not present in chambers. Alderman Cicho Lopez, not present in chambers. Alderperson Fuentes, not present in chambers. Alderman Wagaspak. Wagaspak is present. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez, not present in chambers. Alderman Villegas. Villegas is present. Alderwoman Mitz, not present in chambers. Alderwoman Nugent. Nugent is present. Alderman Knudsen. Knudsen is present. Alderman Gardner. Gardner is present. Alderwoman Manna-Hoppenworth. Manna-Hoppenworth is present. Alderman Robinson. Robinson is present. Alderman Cicho Lopez. Cicho Lopez is present. Cicho Lopez is present. Yeah, Cicho Lopez is here. Got it? Anyone else I missed? The roll call is now closed.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Clerk. There are 41 members present. We do have a quorum. There are 6 alders that have requested to participate in today's meeting remotely. For reasons stated in Rule 59, can we confirm the presence online of Alders Scott, Rodriguez Sanchez, Fuentes, Rodriguez, and Mitz?
Yes, and I just see that Alderman Hall walked in. Alderman Hall, present? We'll mark you down. Alderwoman Scott. Are you there?
I am present.
Okay. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
I'm here.
Okay. Alderperson Fuentes.
Present.
Alderman Rodriguez. Alderwoman Mitz.
Present.
All right. Alderman Hopkins is present. All right, we're good.
Very well. So Alders Scott, Rodriguez Sanchez, Fuentes, and Mitz have confirmed their presence online. Can I get a motion for the participation of these members remotely? It's been moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for our invocation, which will be delivered today by Reverend Dr. Ira Ackrey from the Greater St. John Bible Church.
Eternal God, our Father, we come before your presence today seeking your wisdom. May those entrusted with public office lead not for personal gain, but for public good. Not by politics, but by principle. Lord, Chicago has lived far too long as a tale of two cities. We pray that you would transform inequality into equity, hopelessness into opportunity. We pray that you grant this council the courage to do justice. We pray for our neighborhoods that some have been overlooked, and families that have been often forgotten. Let every child have access to excellent schools, safe streets, affordable housing, quality health care, and the opportunity to fulfill their God-given potential. While some have advocates, help us to remember those whose voices often go unheard. Balance the scales of justice, dear God. Increase the peace in our neighborhoods. Bring civility to these chambers And as we move through summer months, continue to protect our children, strengthen those who are working diligently to stop the violence, and make us your instruments of peace. Lord, we pray that you protect and bless our mayor and his family. Bless every council member and all who serve this city. Grant them wisdom for every decision, courage for every challenge, compassion for every resident. Dear God, we pray and ask this in the name of the God who strengthened Sojourner Truth, empowered Ida B. Wells, gave courage to Frederick Douglass, sustained Fannie Lou Hamer, lifted Harold Washington, and inspired Dr. King. We pray this in the name of the one who was born on the margins, walked among the forgotten, challenged the powerful, and who was crucified by the empire, yet raised by the power of God. We ask these blessings in the name of Jesus. Let every heart say amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. You may be seated. Public comments.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for automatic review. The first speaker this morning is Sarah Katachman.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello. I would like to discuss the protecting renters ordinance. I am a dog owner, and renting in Chicago with dogs is impossible. So I always knew that I had to own a home. I bought a two-flat because I knew a single-family home and pulled the bathtub, the sink, and the toilet all out of the rental unit and make that two-flat into a single-family home. It says that you have to have just cause to not renew a lease. Well, I had a previous tenant a few years ago where the first 6 months was beautiful. It was a honeymoon stage. After 6 months, the husband got a real bad attitude, and I didn't like it. So I kept my mouth shut. I kept everything cordial until the lease expired. Once the lease expired, I did not renew. I gave them their 90-day notice, as I'm supposed to, and I did not renew. Illinois is an at-will state. I can fire somebody. Somebody can be fired for no cause, but yet I have to have a cause to not renew a lease? This is my home. This is my peace. I want to be peace. I want to be able to come home to peace. And then you want to charge 10 times the rent for a relocation fee? Do you not understand that that is going to raise the rent? Because now I have to double the rent to make sure that I have the money to give to the tenant for a relocation. So affordable housing is going to go out of the window. So I'm basically going to be forced to jack the rent up to an extreme amount. I don't need anyone in this apartment. I can afford the apartment. I can afford the house on my own. But you're basically telling me that I rent out to people with low credit scores, to felons. A lot of these corporate landlords don't rent to people with low credit or to felons.
Thank you very much for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Brandon Basheen Sullivan.
You heard?
Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Brendan Basheen Sullivan. I'm a researcher at Unite Here Local 1, Chicago's Union of Hospitality Workers. I'm here today to express our profound concern about two TIF allocations that have been proposed in support of Related Midwest's 78 development, and to urge you not to support any public subsidy for this project without a path to good hospitality jobs. At this time, there is no path to good paying hospitality jobs anywhere within the 78. Neither of the newly proposed redevelopment agreements make any provision for the hospitality jobs of the project to pay more than city minimum wage, currently $17.05 per hour. MIT's living wage calculator for the Chicago, Naperville, Elgin area states that a living wage is $25.80 per hour for a single adult with no children. More troubling, the jobs covenant included in the redevelopment agreement for the infrastructure portions of the TIF doesn't even include a real commitment to permanent job creation. Instead, the covenant commits the developer to aspire to the creation of some number of permanent jobs. In the documents made public on the City Council's website, that number was left blank. If the developer can't make a firm commitment to good hospitality jobs, or indeed to the creation of any permanent jobs, it's not clear how the working people of Chicago can expect any economic benefit from the 78. Our second concern is about transparency. Chicagoans ought to know what specifically public funds are being used to support, and their elected representatives should make a point of finding out. The TIF ordinances now being considered leave those questions unanswered. Land Development 1434 for the 78 does not make clear what will be built on the non-Chicago Fire Stadium portions of the site. The permitted uses that have previously been approved for the entirety of the site range from housing and hotels to data centers, hospitals, and renewable energy facilities. The current TIF proposals lack specificity about what hundreds of millions of dollars in public funds could end up supporting. The parking structure proposed in one ordinance includes vertical air rights parcels that, according to that ordinance, could host restaurants, retail, residential towers, hotels, and or other mixed-use commercial buildings allowed by the planned development. It contains no further specifics. Neither TIF proposal provides any new information about sub-areas 3 and 4 south of the planned Chicago Fire Stadium. All that Related Midwest has provided about their plans for the southern third of this site are vague drawings, a bulk table, and a laundry list of permitted uses. We struggle to understand how anybody can responsibly allocate massive public subsidy to this project with so little concrete information about the specific uses it will support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Jerry Blevings.
Good morning. My name is Geraldine Blevings, and I work for Leviath's United Center. I am a proud member of United Here Local 1 and a union steward. I'm also a proud alumna of the United Here Chicago Hospitality Institute training program. I'm here to urge the council to vote no on the proposed TIF ordinance for the 78 development. Chicago sports and entertainment venues don't work without concessions workers like me. We know the value of our work, and we fought for years to get the wages and benefits we deserve. The so-called jobs covenant in this proposal is shocking. It leaves the door wide open to pay workers at the new facility at the 7-year minimum wage. It is insulting to us and to anyone who works at the new development. If you're serving the same fans in the same city, your paycheck shouldn't look like it came from another planet. If a company wants $400 million from the city, it should be ready to be clear how those jobs will benefit the community. A project this big, asking for this much money from the city, anything less is completely unacceptable. This council should say no deal until there's a path to good jobs for hospitality workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Andrew Torrance.
Good morning. My name is Andrew. I'm a South Shore resident speaking out against J.B. Pritzker's $9 billion quantum facility being built on the former South Work site. Every day in this city, we see things constantly getting more expensive. Groceries, gas, rent, ComEd bills, you name it. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer, and everyday working people are feeling it. Myself and my neighbors are barely able to afford to stay in our homes as is. Meanwhile, as we speak, J.B. Pritzker is building a quantum computing facility on the southeast side, promising them $9 billion in funding. Where is this kind of funding for everyday working people? Quantum computing may be new, but exploiting black and brown people and our land locally, all in the name of rich people making more money elsewhere, is not new in the slightest. You're not gonna piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Piss is piss, a scam is a scam. After living in Hyde Park for several years, the neighborhood began to feel less like a neighborhood and more like a developer's experiment, and it got way too expensive. So I was forced to move. After moving to South Shore, I finally felt like I had found a neighborhood that felt perfect for me. Then I found out about the Quantum Campus and what it could mean for myself and my neighbors, and it looked familiar. I've seen before how universities and wealthy companies promise these shiny things on cheap, affordable land in black and brown neighborhoods, saying it'll be good for us. Then they take all the money and resources from these shiny things and price us out until the neighborhood looks completely different. We see it in Hyde Park and we see it in Woodlawn. And now they're taking it down the southern lakefront with the Quantum Campus. Tech companies build these data centers on our land, and what do we get in return? We get skyrocketing rent, increased energy bills, constant noise, wasted and polluted water, and I'm not gonna stand for it. I've made a fair amount of wishes in my life, but there's never been a single day where I asked for a quantum facility. Things I have asked for, though, are mental health facilities, programs for young people, more green spaces, fully funded public schools, and access to quality food. I want these things for my neighborhood deeply, and yet, the cost cannot be our access to parks, green spaces, and clean water. The cost cannot be the security of living near our friends, families, and neighbors affordably and without surveillance. And most importantly, the cost cannot be the vision and voices of actual Southeast Side residents. As Southeast Side residents, we want to be clear that we do not want a mere seat at the table with the tech companies and the military. Why we break bread with thieves? Why we accept their crumbs? And most importantly, why are they in our house deciding who eats what at our table? The entire meal is a charade. We deserve to have a proper say in any $9 billion decisions for our neighborhoods from the very beginning, not opportunists and outsiders that are giving a rubber stamp of approval by quote-unquote progressive governors that talk the talk but won't walk the walk. Brandon Johnson, join us in stopping J.B. Pritzker's $9 billion quantum facility and data center by stopping construction immediately, revoking and withholding the permits, reallocating all city funding to the real resources that we need, and publicly opposing the facility.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Kimmy Jordan.
My name is Kimmy Jordan. I work at Bally's Casino. I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 1. I live in the 16th Ward. I have lived on the South Side my whole life. I am here to urge this council to vote no on the TIF ordinance for the 78. When I heard the 78 project was coming, I could see the good and the bad. It might mean more traffic, more crowds, but it could also offer real opportunities too. But when I heard the project was asking for over $400 million in TIF funds without a commitment to good jobs, I couldn't believe my ears. If this project can't commit to giving people in the neighborhood a decent place to work, close to home, what's really in it for us? Quality hospitality jobs, keep people out of trouble, keep them healthy, keep them spending their paychecks and local businesses. This committee is being asked to hand over $400 million for a plan full of question marks and no real benefit for workers like me. I'm insulted. Chicago should be insulted. This council should be insulted. I also want to say that what Alderman Conway has said about this plan is true. It's wrong to take TIF funds from other districts and hand them to the 78. Why would you take money away from projects that help people when they live right hand down to hand? To a project where some people might live in the future. If someone told me that they wanted to take money away from my area and hand it to a private development, I'll tell them to forget it. There's no public benefit in it. This council should vote no on both the TIF ordinance for the 78. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker this morning is George Blakemore.
Thank you. I'm here objecting to the whole system, the corrupt Chicago public schools, the corrupt council, the corrupt police department. But what do they all have in common? They're all Democrats. They're all Democrats. And Chicago is known to be a political cesspool. Well, Mr. Blakemore, you want Trump to come here. I don't care who comes. Somebody needs to come here. We got all these black faces in high places selling black people out. And you just don't beat up on just the mayor. This is a culture of corruption here. It's been going on. Bad schools, no economic development, gentrifying black people out of the city of Chicago when Mexicans and whites and other ethnic groups are moving in. Poor black leadership. Don't get up and just point to the mayor. It's been going on. It's a culture of corruption here. And they're all Democrats. And I challenge all of them when they say go red. When this next election comes, these same people going to be right back in. Right back in, because the elections are corrupt too. What are you saying, Mr. Blakemore? The Board of Election is corrupt. It's a culture of corruption. One goes out and another one comes back in. And the reason this happened is because of you. All of y'all. All of y'all. And teen takeover. We're talking about the black teens now. Taking over. Where's your mama? Where's your daddy? Where's your village? Where's your auntie? Ask your mama why. Ask your daddy why. Ask your community why. You don't see that going on in Chinatown. Teens taking over, twerking your ass and getting all on there. We black people are responsible for our youth. If we drop the ball, they have no leadership. And the fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree. Little boy, who's your mama? Who's your daddy? Where do you come from? Our teenagers are a reflection of poor black leadership. No black leadership. Like, leave me alone. Leave me alone. That's not bother me. Get away from me. Get away from me. Stay away from me. This is blood, sweat, and tears of my people. And you just get away from me. It's embarrassing to see that Chinatown don't have no teen takeover. It's embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Tiffany Moore.
All right, good day. My name is Tiffany Moore. I'm a resident of South Chicago, 10th Ward. I'm here today to demand that Brandon Johnson join us in stopping J.P. Pritzker's $9 billion quantum facility immediately. I've been living in the neighborhood since 1977. My children went to school with the children of the people I went to school with. No matter where I go in Chicago, East Side is home. You could smell it, you could taste it, you could feel it. With this facility, a lot of us will not be able to afford to live in the neighborhood. It's going to raise the rent, which I'm going through right now, property tax, utility, water. I don't want to come back to my community and see it gone due to the center. My father lives in the neighborhood. He's on a fixed income. He's 80 years old. What will his property tax look like? I've been living in my building for 6 years. My landlord purchased the building, upped my rent $400 in 30 days, and then just last month, he's telling me he's going to up it again another $200. It's not even been a year. My landlord does not live in my community. He does not add value. It's so much that could have been done with the community besides this quantum center. He came and disrupted me and my family's lives, and that's disgusting, and that's exactly what this quantum center is about to do. I didn't even hear about the center until Southside Together knocked on my door. Nobody asked my permission, and yet it's using $1 billion of the taxpayers' money. South Chicago has history. It could have been so much other things that could have been done besides this quantum facility. It's going to use our resources, our money, our electricity, our water. They could have done something else more. What it would have looked like for the elderly. What kind of center could have been for the elderly or the children? They could enhance their art. They could have did more social skill activities. We still have a group of kids that's running around with nothing to do. How many times are you going to show Chicago that you do not care? How many times are you going to show low-income families that you do not care about not fixing up the community, and then when you do, you move them out? Mayor Johnson, join us in stopping J.B. Pritzker's $9 billion quantum facility and data center by stopping construction immediately, revoking and withholding all permits, reallocating all city fundings to real resources we need, and publicly oppose this immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Philip Peterson.
Hi, my name is Phil. I'm a worker, a Chicagoan residing in Edgewater, and I'm here today with Southside Together to speak out against the Department of War-backed quantum facility and data center. A few years ago, I worked at an AV rental company in the Chicagoland area, and our boss constantly looked for ways to extract as much value out of us as humanly possible. If at any point there was nothing to do, he would ask you to do things that had nothing to do with your job. He would even knock on the door if you were in the bathroom for too long. As much as he'd ask us to do work we weren't qualified for, he would question how we did the work that we were qualified for, arguing with us, pushing us to do things in a way that was impossible and would ruin the equipment and the events. The last straw for me was when I came to work one day and was unwittingly shocked by some stray wires that were left in an open circuit. I didn't know what was happening, and after a little while, I jolted myself out of it, realizing that this could have started a fire or ended worse for me. I went to management and HR to explain what had happened. I felt harassed, overworked, and endangered. They said, we'll figure something out, and nothing happened. After all the 60 to 70-hour weeks spent there by me and my coworkers, I realized that it wasn't the people doing the vast majority of work that mattered, it was the owner. I learned that you could be loyal to a company, miss out on important things in life. No matter how hardworking and loyal, you'll never see the same loyalty back. To them, you'll always be expendable. The residents of South Chicago are the workers and descendants of the workers who built this city. Sears Tower was the tallest building in the world at the time. It would not exist without their labor. And this is what they get in return: a facility that will threaten our water, our ecosystem, and drive them out of the neighborhood, all in order to secure the interests of a small group of capitalists and the murderous intentions of U.S. imperialism. So long as quantum facility serves these interests, it will be used for displacement, death, and destruction. The only way it can be used to benefit us is if workers were in control, but that's not the case. So it must be stopped. All of the billions in public funding for this project must be reallocated to public services determined by the working residents of these communities. Brandon Johnson, the choice is yours. Side with the exploiters or side with the working class residents of this community. This is your opportunity to stop J.B. Pritzker's $9 billion quantum facility and data center by stopping construction immediately, revoking and withholding the permits, reallocating all city funding to the real resources that residents need, and publicly opposing this facility. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Justin Cosby.
Hi, my name is Justin. I live in South Shore on the 7th Ward, down the street from the former Southworks site. We're here today because we don't want J.B. Pritzker's $9 billion quantum facility and data center in our neighborhood, and we cannot accept it. Our elected officials, like Peter Chico and Greg Mitchell, have not been listening to us, so we're coming directly to them. This is our 4th time at City Council, and every time, more people have turned out to demand community over quantum. That's my community. This facility is not for our Southeast Side residents. The Southeast Side is my home, and I don't want to have to move because of pollution, because of utility hikes or rent increases that this facility is going to cause. It's going to use so much lake water, and they're dipping up contaminated land and doing nothing to fix the issue of pollution. The Department of War's involvement means that there's going to be more surveillance in our neighborhoods and more policing. This facility is making our community into a military target. This facility will use enough power to power over 200,000 homes, which is unacceptable. Just last month during those storms, our community lost power for days. What's going to happen if we have a huge electricity drain that's stressing our already aging and stressed electricity grid? How much are our electricity bills going to increase? How are blackouts going to become more common? I'm just a regular guy, and I make regular guy money. So it's important to keep things affordable for all of us. Being a regular guy means I know how it is to be evicted, and I don't want myself or anybody else to have to go through that. If we're going to save the city from becoming unlivable and unaffordable for working class people, we need to use the $1 billion of taxpayer money set aside for this facility to deal with the problems we already have in the community instead of creating new ones. We deserve investment and resources, not our resources being exploited. We're here today to have our voices heard and to show that the majority of Southeast Side residents do not want this development to be built. We do not want this development to move forward. We are here to make noise because our elected officials, Peter Chico and Greg Mitchell, have not been communicating with us about what's happening in our neighborhood. But we have. We have knocked on hundreds of doors and heard over and over and over again that residents are against this project. I found out about this facility from Southside Together, not from my alderman, not from anybody with the city knocking on my door. And I want everybody to know this facility is not a done deal. And Brandon Johnson, we are calling on you to revoke the construction permits. Listen to us, help us revoke these construction permits and withhold any new ones from being administered so that we can stop this facility together.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Joel Flax Hatch.
My name is Joel Flax Hatch. I live in Ravenswood. I've lived here for 30 years. I'm an environmental health scientist, and I'm here with Southside Together to speak out against this quantum facility and data center threatening the health and well-being of our neighbors on the southeast side. I grew up in Gary, Indiana. To get to school, I passed abandoned factories, a petroleum processing plant, a giant mountain of pet coke. In the summer, I go to the beach. Multiple times, the lake turned red and all the fish died because of oil spills. I grew up with childhood asthma. The air I breathed on my trip to school was killing me, and that's why I'm here. When I heard Southside Together was organizing around a quantum facility, I filled out their online form, and on the day, biked 23 miles to Russell Square Library for their campaign updates meeting, because as a public health advocate, I know this facility needs to be stopped. A large portion of Ward 7 and 10 are young people, and this facility will be a danger to their health and their education. The American Public Health Association has noted that these kind of facilities cause noise pollution and air pollution. Noise pollution causes stress, disrupts circadian rhythms, and breaks focus. Kids should not have to worry about constant noise from industry causing them stress, costing them sleep, and disrupting their focus when they're doing their homework. And kids are already experiencing acute and chronic symptoms associated with carcinogenic VOCs since the construction of this quantum data facility started. We as adults are responsible for these kids. Parents shouldn't have to worry about their kids getting cancer and dying early because they wanted to go to the park. And being born working class should not be a death sentence. This is the type of stuff the government should be preventing, not supporting. I would love to see a natural habitat restoration project at the Southwork site. Projects that create low-barrier youth jobs that help kids get into college. This area is one of the few natural habitats in the city where bald eagles nest. Our motto is a city and a garden. We should be upholding the motto and employing our kids, not building a quantum facility and data center that won't bring jobs to people in the community. Mayor Brandon Johnson, I care about our city and its kids, and so do you. And look, I understand the financial and political pressure you get from all kinds of sides, but we need you to do the right thing. Be on our side, the people's side, because thousands of lives will be in danger long-term if this goes through. So Brandon Johnson, join us in stopping J.B. Pritzker's $9 billion quantum facility and data center by stopping construction immediately, revoking and withholding permits, reallocating all city funding to the real resources we need, and publicly opposing the facility.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment
Thank
period.
you. This concludes our public comment period. Before we get to our resolutions, we have 7 acknowledgements. But before we get to those acknowledgements, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Clay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, for this acknowledgement. I wanted to take a moment for those of you who know and some of you who don't. My life and my family's lives changed just a little bit under a month ago. The patriarch of my family, the bedrock, the person that I text on an hourly basis, my brother, was killed due to gun violence. And I wanted to just honor his memory because it's so easy, especially in the city of Chicago, for us to get really angry. I can't lie to you, Mr. Mayor, I am in the anger stage of grief right now because my brother, just 38 years young, would have been 39 on July 31st. When we talk about legacy, right, when you think about what will be your legacy when it's your time, he literally set us up for success. He is the first child. He is the oldest boy. He is the first grandchild. So that means he was extra spoiled. He is a beautiful, lucky Leo, which means that he took no shit. He is a protector. He is a provider. He is my best friend. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, Mr. Mayor, for reaching out to me and my family, for being a human, because I know we have these big titles. But before this big title, you all, I was just Angela. And that means that I have to come with a family and a tribe of beautiful people. And one of those key players is Joshua Ashford. Joshua's spirit was something that we will call 1 in a million. And when you have a 1 in a million spirit, you have to use that spirit to encourage others, to pick others up, to push people. And that's exactly what he did with his legacy. I never in a million years, Mr. Mayor, thought that being in this seat, this is my first term, y'all, and you have no idea the obstacles and trials that have come my way in just 3.5 years. But I am here because of Joshua Ashford. I am here because my brother said, you got to get on those doors. How many doors did we knock today? How many phone calls did you make today? He had no idea what it took to be a politician, but he knew how to be my biggest supporter. And so from the bottom of my heart, I want to extend my thanks to my colleagues because, again, we get down here and we talk about pretty important things, you all. But I promise you, nothing matters more than the people that you get to go home to every night. The people that you get to pick up the phone and talk about your crazy day with. Those are the people who matter. So while we're down here, while we're arguing, while we're fussing at each other, I need you to take a moment to pause and consider what actually matters. What legacy are you leaving? Not just for your family, but for the families that come up here and talk about their own lives every single chance that they get. Are you listening to them? Are you encouraging them? Are you showing up for them? I'm in a WAC club in the city of Chicago, which is one of the clubs that I never thought I'd be in, which is to lose a family member to gun violence. And I'm trying to use this anger, you all, to make sure that this does not continue to fester in the lives of our young people, in the lives of our communities that have been forgotten, in the lives of our communities who are experiencing some grave trauma. So I ask you, all of my colleagues, to join me, help me as a human, as a friend, carry the legacy of my brother into the work that we do and to the work that you do for your constituents as well. Thank you to all of my colleagues who showed up, who sent a text message, who sent a hug, who sent a flower. Please keep checking on me and my family because we really, really, really need it. My mommy is watching this and I want to tell her I love you so much. I love you so much. And I appreciate you for giving me the legacy to continue to create a beautiful city so that future Joshua Ashfords have exactly what they need to survive. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
While I have your attention, thank you, Alderwoman Clay, for your courage and your bravery during these very difficult times. We mourn and grieve alongside of you, not just for Joshua. Thank you for acknowledging the other families that unfortunately have experienced the type of grief that you are expressing. And so let's do something on behalf of Joshua and others who have lost their lives because of gun violence. Let's pause, and Sergeant at Arms, I would ask that you hold those doors. Let's pause for a brief moment of silence, please. Thank you. Thank you. Now, for the resolutions, before we get to them, there are 7 of your colleagues that wish to offer up acknowledgments. We will begin first with Alderwoman Lee, who would like to acknowledge ASES World Mission Society Church of God University Student Volunteer Group. Chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning to my fellow council members. I would like to acknowledge today a wonderful group of young people from the ASES Global Volunteer Organization from World Mission Society Church of God. ASES stands for Save the Earth from A to Z. If I can just point you back here to these incredible young people who I had the pleasure of meeting with a couple of months ago. They came in to talk to me after they had, on April 26th, come into the 11th Ward to conduct global carbon movement cleanup on the South Houston Riverwalk. They brought 104 student volunteers to the ward from the University of Illinois at Chicago. And due to their remarkable efforts, it beautified our community. It really made a statement to our community. We definitely felt the love and appreciated the act of kindness and service. And I just want to acknowledge them for their contributions and encourage them to continue all of the great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderwoman Lee. Thank you again, Alderwoman Lee. Now, the chair will recognize Alderman David Moore, who would like to celebrate the centennial anniversary of Leo High School and the 60th anniversary of the March at Marquette Park, and welcome the 2026 summer interns of the 17th Ward Service Office. Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know that sounds like a lot, but I'm going to be quick. But I first want to take a point of privilege and let the world know that this is Simeon Week this week, and the blue and gold is taking over the city of Chicago. Amen to that. Now, proclamation honoring the 100th year anniversary of Leo Catholic High School. Leo Catholic High School, located in 17th Ward of the city of Chicago, proudly celebrates its 100th, its centennial anniversary in 2026, marking a century of academic excellence, leadership development, and commitment to young men in our community. And since its founding in 1926, has been a cornerstone of the 17th Ward and Auburn Gresham community, providing mentorship, stability, and opportunities for a generation of students, helping them grow into leaders of integrity, faith, and service. Known for their award-renowned Leo High School choir, who appeared on America's Got Talent and made it to the close to the finals, where they made it to the finals. They are guided by its enduring motto, facto non-verba, means deeds and not words. Thank you to Leo High School, and congratulations on your 100th anniversary. Next, we have a proclamation commemorating the 60th anniversary of the March on Marquette Park and honoring the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Al Raby. There are members from Iman Inner City Muslim Action Network, which under the leadership of Rami Nashashibi is here. Please stand, which they were responsible for having the only monument to Dr. King in Illinois in Marquette Park. So please feel free to get by there and see that monument. Where 60 years ago, courageous men and women, youth, clergy, and community leaders stood together to challenge racial segregation, housing discrimination, and injustice through peaceful protests during the historic March on Marquette Park. And Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., through his unwavering commitment to nonviolence, justice, and equality, led the Chicago Freedom Movement to expose the barriers of discrimination that deny African Americans equal access to housing and opportunity. And Al Raby, a distinguished Chicago educator, I think our mayor knows him, civil rights leader, and co-founder of the Coordinating Council of Community Organizations, was instrumental in organizing the Chicago Freedom Movement. Al Raby worked alongside Dr. King to advance civil rights through grassroots leadership, coalition building, and civic engagement. The March on Marquette Park became a defining moment in the struggle for fair housing and civil rights, demonstrating both the courage of those who marched peacefully and the determination required to confront hatred and inequality. The sacrifices and leadership of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Al Raby, and countless local activists helped lay the foundation for greater fairness, expanded civil rights protections, continued efforts to build inclusive communities throughout Chicago and the nation. The 60th anniversary of the March on Marquette Park provides an opportunity to reflect upon the progress achieved, acknowledge the work that remains, and inspire future generations to uphold the principles of justice, equality, dignity, and nonviolent civil action. And it's because of their efforts and their works. That's why I want my interns from the 17th Ward, please stand, that our children have enough. Y'all stand up. Where you at? I see you somewhere. To give them an opportunity to do the things that they need to be successful. Mayor, I want to thank you for your commitment to getting our young people hired. Not only are they here for the summer, but they've learned to be involved in the community. This is not their first summer. They just don't come through the summer. They are involved all year round, and I want to thank them for that. And as we continue, thank you, Mayor, for helping get us this funding to keep our community clean, keep Chicago clean. We're going to continue to do that so we can keep this entire city clean. Thank you so much, and you give these young people a great big hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman. Thank you again, Alderman. Next, Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman, on behalf of Alderwoman Scott, would like to welcome the 2026 summer interns of the 24th Ward Service Office, the 9th District Service Office of State Representative Yolanda Morris, and then the 5th District Service Office of State Senator Lakeisha Collins. Alderwoman Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask for the interns of the 24th Ward and the various districts to please stand on behalf of Alderwoman Monique Scott. Will you help us celebrate these young people? My esteemed colleague is not physically present, but certainly her gratitude and her heart is present in the room on behalf of the great 24th Ward, Alderwoman Scott. Young people, I know that you have been answering calls, solving problems, being the best at constituent services for the 24th Ward. And we're so appreciative to all of our summer interns, but we want to know how valuable, how important, how much your energy and the difference that you are making here in the city of Chicago, in the 24th Ward, on behalf of Alderwoman Monique Scott. God bless you all, and we look forward to your amazing futures in this great city. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Thank you again. You may be seated. Thank you. Now we will, okay, the next acknowledgement is from Alderman Sixto Lopez. Is he in the room? He is not here. Then we'll go to Alderman Burnett. Alderman Burnett would like to welcome the 2026 summer interns of the 27th Ward Service Office and the 10th District Service Office of State Representative Williams. Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to recognize the city clerk's interns as well, as we have all worked together to make sure that we're providing services. Please stand. The 10th District interns, the 27th Ward, city clerk interns. We've been very blessed to have a diverse group of students who are so passionate about city service in different ways, caring about everything from real estate to public safety to dealing with our unhoused. And they've all provided a ton of unique experience and perspectives about how we can serve the city better. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to learn from them as much as that they are able to learn from us, and excited to see a generation of future leaders who are dedicated to making this city a better place, because we need that leadership. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing these young individuals to continue to learn and prosper in our city and continuing the program. So give it up again for our wonderful interns, and thank you all for being here. We're excited to have you here.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Now for this next acknowledgement, the chair recognizes Alder Knudsen, who would like to memorialize Alan Millis and celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Chicago Sculpture Exhibit. Alderman Knudsen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm honored to make these two resolutions. The first is celebrating the life and honoring the legacy of Alan Millis. We have Alan's wife, Linda, here, as well as his son, Daniel, and his grandson, Samuel, and April Sheridan. Alan is a fixture of the Lincoln Park community. He was a member of the Wrightwood Neighbors Association for over 5 decades, where he served as the president, he served as the planning chair, and I won't go through his whole resume and the real commitment and investment he's made in Lincoln Park, because it's so long that we won't get to the rest of the meeting. But what I can say is we're grateful for Alan for helping establish the Lincoln Park Library branch, which is now the busiest branch by books in and out in the city of Chicago. We're grateful for Alan from our office for always being both a friend and someone who pushes the aldermen when it comes to develop. Alan was extremely influential with DePaul and the many different projects that DePaul has done over time, and has always made sure that we pass better projects. When I was a new alderperson, I had the honor of really getting to know Alan on a deeper level, and honestly just having fun with Alan. He was such a fun, kind man that's beloved in our community, and I just send my love to the whole family. I promise you that we will keep Alan's legacy alive in Lincoln Park and in the rest of the city. And we won't forget everything he's done for us, because it'll power us through to make sure that Lincoln Park continues to be the strong, amazing community it is. So thank you for being here. Now I'm going to turn this way to honor the Chicago Sculpture Exhibit for its 25th anniversary. I want to note a special, we've got a few former Alder people on the Chicago Sculpture Exhibit. So my former Alderperson, Vi Daly, was the founder of the Sculpture Exhibit. And Alderman Tom Tunney, who is a fellow board chair. Basically, both Bennett and my bosses are here today, right behind us. So the Chicago Sculpture Exhibit is an incredible nonprofit, really spearheaded by those behind me, including Vi Daly and Pam Cullerton, that places amazing public art throughout the whole city. It started with around 8 sculptures in the first year, and now it's well over 50 years. Well over 50 sculptures a year. The sculpture exhibit has had incredible partnerships with the Richard Hunt Legacy, including being a part of the Richard Hunt Legacy Award. There's an awesome new sculpture near the Obama Foundation, and they're a perfect example of how key public art is in our community. Public art makes us proud of our neighborhoods. It can change a street. It can make you feel like your neighborhood is more vibrant, and we need to continue to invest in public art. For any older people who don't know about the Chicago Sculpture Exhibit, talk to these folks. There's plenty of ways for us to get involved, and I'm really grateful to you all for the work that you do in our neighborhoods, so thank you. Mayor, if I can, one more, as a bit of an organizational thing. Can we honor all interns that are in City Hall today? Because I know we're really proud of our interns and we all want to say thank you. But if you're an intern in City Hall, please stand up. I echo Alderperson Coleman. You're all our future. I hope you have great experiences. Get to know your peers in other offices. Learn from all of us, and also feel free to make fun of us when it's called for. And we're here to make sure you have a good summer. So thank you so much, Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you, Alderman Knudsen. Now with that, special acknowledgement for more interns. The chair recognizes, no, you know what? Oh, Alderman Sixto Lopez is here. So Chairman Sixto Lopez would like to celebrate the 150th anniversary of St. Procopius Church of Pilsen. Alderman Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do want to, and I have the honor to recognize a parish that has been a fort and a base for the immigrant community for generations, for 150 years, from the Czech immigrants to the Mexican and Mexican-American immigrants that now proudly are in the Pilsen community. So if you can please stand, I would like to personally recognize on behalf of the 25th Ward, Margarita Rivera, Anita Ibarra, Jacqueline Negrete, and especially thanks to Deacon Rafael Yanez and Pastor and Priest Jose Santiago, who is not here with us, but sends also his regards. These wonderful leaders are every day working hard behind scenes, the quiet leaders that make the difference. They serve in sub kitchens, they help in funerals, they help where the community needs it the most. And this is the power of the people and the power of immigrant communities that are resilient, and in despite of the times, they give us an example of service and love for our neighbors. So when I recognize in these 150 years, they are now representing not only San Procopius Church, but now in the merge with Holy Trinity and the Holy Trinity Roman Croatian Parish, as well as Providence of God. So I want to thank them for their service to be a pillar in our community for 150 years of resiliency, public service, and love for the most vulnerable. Thank you. Congratulations on behalf of all the community. And I hope to see all the council members and neighbors in the next Kermesse at the end of the month to come and celebrate and support these wonderful institutions. Thank you, Mr. President. And congratulations again.
Thank you, Alderman. And then finally, one more acknowledgement before we get to our resolution. We have Alderwoman Hatton would like to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the Equitable Transit-Oriented Development Policy Plan. Alderwoman Hatton.
Thank you, Mr. President. 5 years ago, in 2021, through unanimous approval from the Plan Commission and through support of this body, the city's first Equitable Transit-Oriented Development Policy Plan was approved, with 42 recommendations to help make sure that we could build more housing near transit, that we could prevent displacement in areas that were experiencing rising costs, and that we could create more walkable, people-centered neighborhoods citywide, including and especially on Chicago's south and west sides. 5 years in, projects like the 95th Street Corridor Plan have shown that progress has been made on all 42 recommendations. The folks that are with me, behind me, with Elevated Chicago, with the Center for Neighborhood Technology, and with other partner organizations. I'm just going to read off names here. So Juan Sebastian Arias, Marley Schott, Audrey Rutter, Leslie Honore, Jackie Grimshaw, Mike Thomas, or Tomas, Kate Ansorge, and Kendra Freeman are here representing Elevated Chicago and all the efforts of the equitable transit-oriented development. It's a mouthful, but bringing an equitable lens and what many of our public commenters talked about today, making sure that Chicagoans can stay in our neighborhoods and enjoy them. Right? We're building and improving things for us, not just for someone else. And so I want to thank you all for your hard work, for getting us here as a city, and for the work that you're continuing to do to push us forward. Congratulations on 5 years.
Alderwoman Haddon does it all. Thank you there. All right, we appreciate that. Now we just have one resolution, I believe, for today. That is correct. And that resolution today is celebrating Disability Pride Month. The chair recognizes Alderman Greg Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the temporary suspension of the rules for the meeting consideration of this resolution.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Are there any members that wish to speak to this resolution? As you raise your hand, and we'll get your names recorded. I do want to acknowledge Commissioner Rachel Arfa, Bob Shea, Christina Torres, Victoria Bolton, Natasha Caudell, Dr. Tina Gonzalez-Childress, Monica Kumar-Ross, Whitney Hill, Yare Tua, Kelsey Lefevre, LaDonna Friedheim, and Robbie Lee Williams, and all of the other members who are in the box this morning. With that, the chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I definitely stand in honor of this resolution. My mom was born with polio, and when people say people with disability, and I understand, and when they say recognizing people with disability, but I always say people with abilities, because she had the ability to whip my butt with that polio arm and that leg sliding, and made me the person that I am today. My biological father was missing a limb. He had one arm, but was able to do many things. And so there's people with abilities that can do many things. And I am so proud to stand, and our Commissioner Arfa, is just doing a magnificent job. Make some noise, you all, for it, because y'all know she is. And raising up the issues, and I'm always willing to be on the front line to make sure that we are tackling those issues. I stand with the school in my ward, they're doing a good job working with our students with special abilities, and we're going to continue to support them as well as we support Special Olympics. So thank you so much, and I stand in support of this resolution.
Thank you. Alder Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner Arfa, and my interns from the 48th Ward, thank you to guests in the gallery, and thank you to everyone in the box here today. I wanted to give a special shout out to LaDonna Friedheim. As a dancer growing up, I love your mission with your preventability, bringing people in to the dance floor, inviting people to dance. That's really what inclusion is truly all about. Thank you. And I also wanted to shout out to my 48th Ward resident, Bob Shea. All you do to refurbish wheelchairs and hospital beds and distribute them at no cost to those who need it the most. I wanted to, today, in recognition of Disability Pride Month, give a special recognition to Gus. I like to call you Gus, but Konstantin Zagafopoulos. And Gus lost his legs after a terrible accident in 1995, but he did not let that define him. For more than 2 decades, through the Open Doors organization, as a founder of the Z-Life program, Konstantin has worked to make travel more accessible for people with disabilities. He advised airlines, businesses, and organizations around the world, helping to transform the travel experience for millions of people. And here in Chicago, his impact is visible across the city. He has mentored countless individuals through the Shirley Ryan Ability Lab. And he helped advance accessible improvements to our lakefront in partnership with Commissioner Arfa. He helped to organize the annual Beyond the Waters beach party at Hollywood Beach at the 48th Ward, so hundreds of people could enjoy our beaches together, whether or not they had a disability. His advocacy extends far beyond Chicago. He founded Perpato, a leading disability organization in Greece. and has served on numerous national and international advisory boards, carried the Olympic torch during the 2004 Athens Olympic and Paralympic Games, and was honored as the 2023 Grand Marshal of the Chicago Disability Pride Parade. And just as important as all of these accomplishments is really your philosophy that guides your work, which is that your motto is very simple, to just say hello, just say hi. It reminds us that inclusion begins with something as basic as acknowledging someone else's humanity, seeing one another and making everyone feel welcome. And I remember one summer at the Beyond the Waters beach party, a young man came up to us as we were talking. It was very hot, there was a lot going on. There were so many people enjoying, and you were running around with a lot of volunteers. And he stopped you and he said, I just want to say hi. I just want to tell you how much this day has meant to me, that I was able to go on the beach and touch the water and experience our lakefront for the first time ever. I traveled really far to get here, and you made this possible. So he saw you, and we are seeing you here today. And we thank you for your vision and all that you've done for Chicago to make a city that is welcoming for all. Thank you, Constantine. Thank you, Gus, for all that you do for us. And happy Pride Disability Month, everybody.
Thank you. Alderwoman Haddon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. I want to thank Commissioner Arfa and your whole team for just being kind of an awesome human being. Making the world more accessible for people with disabilities makes the world more accessible for all of us. So it's the commitment that you, Commissioner Arfa, and everybody that's being recognized in this box has to what maybe started as advocacy for yourself or a family member is really advocacy for all of us and a reminder to all of us about what real inclusion looks like. I also want to give a special shout out to Professor Matt Anderson. So 49th Ward, Professor Matt Anderson. Matt is here today for many reasons, one of which is for an exciting new program at City Colleges for American Sign Language interpretation that he has helped to pioneer. Communications is his specialty, and Matt, I knew you were a teacher. I didn't know you were a dancer. I didn't know about the many hats that you wear in communications innovation, but in really thinking about you know, as a hearing person, when I see American Sign Language, I think about communication, but your work has really expanded communication, right? So through media, through technology, breaking boundaries of how we can hear, learn, speak, and of course teach others. So I just really have a newfound respect for all of the skills that you've got, and of course what your work is bringing to even more people through City Colleges and the fantastic reach and access that they have for all of our residents. So Professor Anderson, thank you very much for being a fantastic human being and breaking boundaries for our world. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Lopez, you are recognized. Alderman Lopez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Forgive me. Good morning, members of the City Council, and good morning to you, Commissioner, and to all that are here today. Thank you for being here. I have been so excited to work with you and your team, not only to elevate those who are differently abled, but also to advocate for resources to be expended by this city to address many of the issues that we are dealing with. And as we are standing here today, honoring and recognizing Disability Pride Month, excuse me, I also want to highlight something that is of critical importance, which is that as we often focus on housing, we often do not fully fund the necessary repair programs to assist our brothers and sisters in Chicago whose homes are a challenge to themselves. We can talk about CDOT and ADA ramps and all of the sidewalk issues and transportation issues, but usually the number one issue people have with disabilities is their own living situation. That is why in April, we introduced an amendment to the housing bond ordinance that would require the city to set aside 2.5% of everything we borrow for housing, whether it's affordable, market rate, or what have you, to be dedicated as new funding for the disability community. Roughly $23 million would have been made available for a city that spends barely 10% of that. I challenge all of us as we stand here today saying how we support this community to truly support this community and put money where our words and resolutions are so that we can help elevate all of our families that are struggling. Yes, no one should be a prisoner on the street, but they shouldn't be a prisoner in their own homes either. So we can do better, and I look forward to working with this administration and you, Commissioner, and everyone that's here today to bring that to fruition so that we can put our words into action. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alder Ramirez, you are recognized.
Hello, everyone. Good
Hello.
morning.
Good morning.
Well, one of the greatest gifts through this job has given me the opportunity to listen and learn on how we create a more accessible city. I'm grateful for all the amazing transit and public amenities we have in this city, but it is important that we advocate for everyone to be able to enjoy and live amongst the city freely. First, I want to say that I made a new friend this morning, Victoria. Victoria runs djembe drumming, and her mission is to provide a safe and inclusive space for people with disabilities to be seen, heard, and valued through African drumming. And I actually invited her to an event that we're having in August, so I'm super excited to include her in our programming. I have an incredible organization in Brighton Park, so I want to honor our executive director, Bob Shia. He believes in giving and providing all residents, no question asked, with devices that they need. 10 years ago, Bob started Devices for the Disabled. It provides free mobility equipment, no questions, and at no charge. If you know someone in need, please refer them to Devices for the Disabled in Brighton Park. They can provide a cane, and even a powered wheelchair and scooter that sometimes costs $30,000 to $40,000. I want to mention that Bob continues his work in memory of his dear friend Ed Kane, who has now passed. But his leadership is a reminder, as Alderwoman Clay mentioned, that through our losses, we must continue to fight to continue for our loved ones. We must continue their legacy and help protect those in need, those that are most vulnerable, and those within this work that continue wanting us to fight the good fight. So thank you, Victoria, and thank you, Bob. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution before we move forward? The chair recognizes Alder LaSpada.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for your partnership, your collaboration, and your accountability. And I will also thank you for this. Thank you for your impatience. Thank you for your dissatisfaction. Thank you for your persistence, because the path to an accessible Chicago has always been laid through the persistence and the refusal to accept less than full accessibility from its disabled residents. You push us, you sometimes make us frustrated, but in the best sense, because our frustration is born out of your frustration about not being able to fully access everything that this city has to offer. And until the day that nobody needs to wheelchair through the street, until the day that everyone can fully access every aspect of this city, keep being productively and justly angry and persistent with this city. Thank you, and thank you for everything that you've done for all of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderman Wagisbeck, do you wish to be recognized? All right, the chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in this for this resolution. Many of you know my sister-in-law, Lisa, is disabled, and it doesn't hit you really until it hits you, right? I literally one night after my mother-in-law passed, inherited another family member who had a whole host of challenges, issues, and concerns. And in that light, it kind of brings things home to the needs of the community of individuals who are disabled. So I appreciate the experience, and it also helps me to understand and advocate for those individuals who have challenges, who may need the assistance, and talk about what we can do as government to be better. And let me say that holistically be better in our planning, better in our policy, better in our thoughts as to how we address individuals who have disabilities. There's no better teacher than actually experience itself. And just like becoming a father gives you some experience, also having a loved one who has a disability also gives you that experience. So it is with pride and honor that I stand in support of this resolution and all that we can do to make the lives of those who have some challenges a little easier. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution, and just want to take the opportunity to thank Commissioner Arfa for her ongoing advocacy and support and, quite frankly, education to me and my colleagues so that we can do better and be better. I look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Alderman Vasquez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise, as others do here, proudly in association with the resolution. I think for a number of us, when we think about the disabled community, we don't understand that we're not there yet. That in reality, the folks who are living with different challenges are actually leading in experiences we're all going to get to at some point. And it might be something we don't feel until we get up in age, or we might have had an accident to kind of know what that feels like. But ultimately, it's something I think all of us are impacted by. And so whenever you all challenge us to be better as far as how a city supports its communities and populations, I think we need to take this second to understand that we're doing it for all of us and should appreciate those challenges in ways that lead us to do more than provide lip service. And so I would ask that you continue to be specific and let us know what changes you want to see. I think sometimes, I'll speak for myself, we're kind of relegated to, hey, the federal government is making these changes, and we don't necessarily know what we could do at the city level to impact more. To charge us with those orders is important, and that's without even taking into account the large number of people who have disabilities that are not visible ones, and the challenges that it provides to actually navigate through a city, through its public transit, through its different systems, and what those challenges might feel like. I think the more that we have the conversations, both directly, definitely publicly, allows us kind of like the laundry list of opportunities of how we can make the city better. It may often feel like there's so many different things to work on that it's hard to like focus on one. I really want to make sure that you all continue the work that you do, not just to serve the populations that you serve with the limited means that you all have, as we know nonprofits operate in this space, but to make sure that it's not just resolutions and once a month that we're having the conversation, that it's 24/7, 365, that we're thinking about ways to make the city better and make a city that serves everyone in it to as much of a degree as it can. So thank you for everything you do and continue to push us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Mr. President, I too rise in support, and I just wanted to take a minute to thank you all for coming out here and showcasing your unique skills and your dedication and your grit to meet the challenges that you face on a daily basis and overcome those challenges. Mayor, I want to thank you. A couple years ago, you came out to an oasis in our ward, Vaughn Occupational High School, which is an amazing facility. If anybody is not familiar with it, it works with individuals with unique needs, some of which that we use in our office and continue to use on a daily basis. Ms. Anderson is a principal there at Vaughn Occupational High School and does amazing work. But I just wanted to take a minute to commend you for taking the time to come out to our ward and all of you who came out here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? Very well. Thank you for all who've contributed to this conversation. This July, Chicago proudly recognizes Disability Pride Month and honors the advocates who have fought throughout our history for inclusion, dignity, equal opportunity, and for protection. This type of determination and resilience has led to the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act. It laid the foundation for the progress that we continue to make in Chicago to ensure that our city is accessible to all who want to live, work, and, of course, thrive here. Unlike other protected classes, anyone can become disabled and join the disability community at any time in their lives through illness, injury, aging, or community violence. Earlier this year, the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities in Chicago Department of Public Health released a first of its kind, a report finding that 1 in every 4 Chicagoans have a disability. It is vital that we ensure that our disability community has the access, resources, services, and support that they need to live safe, independent, and successful lives. The city commits to supporting and upholding the rights of people with disabilities to live independently and to be able to participate fully in our communities. I'm grateful for the leadership of Commissioner Rachel Arfa, the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities. There's incredible strong advocates and supporters who work every day to improve the quality of life for people with disabilities, and they work to ensure that their rights and needs are reflected in the city services, initiatives, and policies. Their work includes leading the MOPD Career Center, helping job seekers with disabilities to find meaningful employment, as well as promoting inclusive hiring practices across the city. MOPD also supports youth with disabilities and summer job opportunities through the Chicago Youth Works program, including opportunities in the MOPD and many other city departments. And some of those young people are here today and have been recognized. We thank you all for your hard work and your commitment that you are displaying this summer. And finally, MOPD supports the home modification program, which helps people with disabilities to make modifications that support them in their effort to live independently, safely in their homes, and of course our communities. And through their leadership, the City of Chicago, my administration, we will continue our efforts to make Chicago the most accessible city in the world. As we mark the 36th anniversary of the ADA's passage, I'm proud to recommit ourselves to this vital work. And I want to thank and acknowledge all of the community leaders and members throughout Chicago who serve and uplift our neighbors who have disabilities. And together, we will continue building a Chicago that is more accessible, safe, affordable, and vibrant for all of the people of Chicago. With that, thank you again. Congratulations for all of your work. And with that, Alderman Mitchell, can I get a motion for the passage of the resolution?
Mr. President, I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I move that we return to the regular order of business.
Very well. We'll give Hearing no objections, so ordered, and we'll give the members of the box an opportunity to be able to depart. And while they are departing, Alderman Knutson, I just can't help myself because you encourage us to make fun of one another. I do appreciate the coordination of the 4 heartbeats that are here today. Alderman Moore, Alderman Curtis, and Alderman Knutson, and Chris Taliaferro. They will be performing their hit single today, or perhaps at Lollapalooza.
Chair Irvin?
I mean, if you add former Alderman Joe Moore, we have the 5 heartbeats that are here today. So thank you for your wonderful coordination. All right. Yes, from the lead singer of the 5 heartbeats, Alderman.
Don't get me started.
All right, I won't. I apologize.
Never met a girl who made. Oh.
Alderman Curtis.
I would like to suspend the rules to make a really quick acknowledgement.
Okay, motions to resuspend the rules. Alderwoman Harris, can I get a motion? All right, there's a motion to resuspend the rules. Hearing no objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to, is Mama D here today in the audience? Yes, she's not. She come down to City Council quite often. But for almost the past 20 years, I know at least 3 administrations, she has fought diligently to change 71st Street from the lakefront all the way to the west end of Chicago limits. For the first time, Emmett Till and Mamie Till Way. So we'll be celebrating July the 25th, and I want to thank, with a street dedication, I want to thank my colleagues Alderman Tabaris and Alderman Moore for their dedication to also get this done. For the first time in history, you have the mother and daughter, the mother and the son together. That will be we'll be honoring them with the entire street. Through the full length of the city of Chicago on 71st Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Curtis. Alderwoman Harris, a motion to return back to the regular order of business.
Move back to the regular order of business.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Communications, Madam Clerk.
Communications from His Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, together with Alderman Dahl and Alderman Nugent, I transmit herewith an ordinance amending the municipal code regarding the Chicago personal property lease transaction tax. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the issuance of financial assistance for the development of affordable housing at 5853 North Broadway, 4% and 9%. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the issuance of financial assistance for the development of Humble Village and affordable housing development, 4% and 9% projects. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of redevelopment agreement with Deeply Rooted Productions Incorporated to provide housing and economic development bond funds for the development of the Deeply Rooted Dance Center project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of redevelopment agreement with Foundry Park Properties, KP7 LLC, to provide TIP funds for the Foundry Park project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the 6th Amendment of the Central West Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Plan. Favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the 4th Amendment to the Pilsen Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Plan. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a TIF redevelopment agreement with Prime Capri Interest LLC for the Monroe Hotel project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of amended TIF redevelopment agreement with 30 North LaSalle MF Redevelopment LLC. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing minor adjustments to 4 tax increment financing districts. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of the 66th Amendment to the Administrative Services Agreement with Summer Corps 504. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Finance. After 2 committees have been called, it will go to rules. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Housing Authority for the provision of TIF funds for the ABLA Brooks Homes project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of an amended intergovernmental agreement with the Public Building Commission to authorize the use of TIF funds for the Chicago projects. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here an ordinance authorizing the 3rd Amendment to the Bryn Mawr Broadway Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Plan. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Corporation Council, I transmit here the resolution amending the rules and order of procedure for City Council of the City of Chicago for the 2023 to 2027 term regarding disruptive activities. Your favorable consideration of this resolution will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Committees of Rules. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with a resolution submitting public question by referendum to voters at the February 23rd, 2027 consolidated primary election on whether the city shall impose a 3% surcharge on individuals earning more than $1 million annually to fund public schools and community safety initiatives. Your favorable consideration of this resolution will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with a resolution submitting a public question by referendum to voters at the February 23rd, 2027 consolidated primary election whether the city shall establish a permanent property tax relief fund to provide financial assistance to eligible owner-occupants. Your favorable consideration of this resolution will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Committees on Rules. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with the resolution submitting a public question by referendum to voters at the February 23rd, 2027 consolidated primary election on whether the city shall expand the use of emergency response technology to reduce emergency medical response times and save lives by increasing survival rates for victims of gun violence and other sensitive medical emergencies. Your favorable consideration of this resolution will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Committee and Rules. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing execution of amended 2026 budget and service provider agreement with Portage Park Chamber of Commerce for special service areas numbers 2, SSA number 2. Your consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing a Class 6B tax incentive for a property located at 1120 West Exchange. Your consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of multifamily funds or loans for the development of 6206 South Racine Avenue. Your consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Mayor Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing a lease agreement with Neighbor Space, a not-for-profit corporation for a city-owned property located at 5900 to 5910 North Lincoln Avenue. Your consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinances authorizing the sale of city-owned lands. Your consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Transportation, I transmit here with an ordinance amending the municipal code regarding bus terminals and bus loading and unloading zones. Your consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of the Police Department, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Transit Authority regarding the voluntary special employment program. Your consideration of this ordinance to be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Police and Fire. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner on Planning, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the expenditure of open space impact fee funds for water installation of land on Lincoln Garden. Your consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Jeanette DeFell, a member of the Chicago Development Fund Advisory Board, for a term effective immediately and expiring July 20th, 2029. Your consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Ryan Gaudia as a member of the Chicago Development Fund Advisory Board for a term effectively and expiring July 20th, 2029. Your consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Marshall Hatch Jr. as a member of the Chicago Development Fund Advisory Board for a term effective immediately and expiring July 20th, 2029. Your consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Peter Kakaroa as a member of the Special Service Area Number 4, 95th Street Commission for a term effective immediately and expiring July 2029. Your consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Economic Capital Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I have reappointed Lisa Orloff as a member of Special Service Area Number 79, Lawrence Elston Pulaski Commission for a term effective immediately and expiring July 20, 2029. Your consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Refer to the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed John Bartlett as the Commissioner of Chicago Housing Authority for a term effective immediate expiring July 7, 2031. Your consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I've appointed Paul Roldan as Commissioner of Chicago Housing Authority for a term effective immediately and expiring July 7, 2031. Your consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I've appointed Ramona Westbrook as Commissioner of Chicago Housing Authority for a term effective immediately expiring July 7, 2031. Your consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I've appointed Albert D. Renavia as a member of the Illinois International Port District Board for a term effective immediately expiring July 20, 2029. Your consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following documents were filed in my office relating to the respective subjects designated as follows. Executive Order Number 2026-3, which establishes the Mayor's Office of Gun Violence Reduction, Mayor's Gun Violence Reduction Advisory Council and Citywide Framework for Community Safety, Violence Prevention, and Accountability, City's funding requirement for Chicago Policemen's Annuity and Benefit Fund for year 2027, certification of city funding requirements for Labor and Retirement Board Employees Annuity and Benefit Fund of Chicago for tax levy year 2027, payment year 2028, communicating, recommending Baker Tilly LLP to perform city's financial statement audits beginning with fiscal year ending December 31st, 2026, Office of Inspector General's year 2025 annual Public Safety Section Report, Office of Inspector General's second quarter report for year 2026. I, City Clerk Valencia, inform the City Council that all those matters were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on June 17, 2026, which are required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers, were published in pamphlet form on July 15, 2026 by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal of Proceedings of the City Council, City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also inform the City Council that the ordinance authorizing the appointment of successor servicer and execution of assignment agreement between BNY Asset Solutions LLC and MTAG Services LLC regarding City's Special Assessment Improvement Bonds for Lakeshore East Project Refunding Series 2022, which were considered by the City Council on June 17, 2026, which were requested to be published in pamphlet form, was published in pamphlet form on June 24th, 2026 by being printed in full text in a special pamphlet published by authority of the City Council in accordance with the provisions of Title II, Chapter 12, Section 50 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, passed on June 27, 1990. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit here the following miscellaneous communications reports requiring City Council action. Zoning reclassifications of particular areas which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Claims against the City of Chicago which are referred to the Committee on Finance. Submission of public question referendum to voters on November 3rd, 2026 general election on whether Illinois shall adopt a millionaire amendment for property tax relief and education, acting 3% tax and surcharge on millionaires and use 50% of this new revenue to provide property tax relief for residential and commercial taxpayers and 50% to improve state funding for public education, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Submission of public question by referendum to voters at February 23rd, 2027 general election on whether Illinois shall adopt a millionaire amendment for property tax relief and education acting 3% tax surcharge on millionaires, and use 50% of the new revenue to provide property tax relief for residential and commercial taxpayers and 50% to improve state funding for public education, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Recommendation by Commission on Chicago Landmarks for designation on Bryn Mawr Avenue District in 900 through 1100 blocks with Bryn Mawr Avenue as Chicago Landmark, which referred to Committee on Zoning Landmarks Building Standards. Recommendation by Commission on Chicago Landmarks for designation of shop building at Elgar Gardens at 13100 South Ellis Avenue, Chicago Landmark, which referred to Committee on Zoning Landmarks and Building Standards. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from the mayor and other city officers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Alderman Mike Rodriguez requested to participate in today's meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Madam Clerk, can you confirm that Alderman Mike Rodriguez is present online?
And Alderman David Moore.
Alderman David Moore has also requested to participate in the remaining of this meeting remotely. Could you confirm both of them?
All right, Alderman David Moore, I heard you, and Alderman Rodriguez.
Here, President.
Very well. Can I get a motion for the approval of these two alders to participate in this meeting remotely? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Now for our committee reports. Our first committee will be the Committee on Finance. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which held committee meetings on June 25th, 2026 and July 13th, 2026. The following items received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Item number 1 is an ordinance executing a grant agreement with the Chicago Public Library Foundation in support of the Thomas Hughes Children's Library at 400 South State Street in the 4th Ward. Mr. President, unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Seeing no hands, thank you. Members of the City Council, please use your e-vote application to record your votes at this time.
All right, the voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use the e-device. The voting is now open. All right, I will now take a roll call from those who have not used their e-device. Alderman Hall. Alderman Hall is a yes. Alderwoman Ramirez. Ramirez is a yes. Alderman Moore.
Yes.
Moore is a yes. Alderman Curtis. Curtis is a yes. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Rodriguez. Oh, could you repeat that, please?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Rodriguez is a yes. Alderwoman Scott.
Yes.
Scott is a yes. Alderperson Fuentes.
Aye.
Fuentes is a yes. Alderman Cardona. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Aye.
Rodriguez Sanchez is a yes. And Alderwoman Mitz. Alderwoman Mitz, you there? Okay. Anyone walk in? Voting is now closed.
Thank you. There are 47 yeas and 0 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell, on the motion to reconsider.
Move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, this motion fails. Alderman Robinson, would you like to be recognized?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I just want to be on the record to recognize the Chicago Park District Foundation.
Alderman Robinson, I didn't know that you wanted to make an acknowledgement.
Yes.
In order for an acknowledgement to be made, we would have to suspend the rules.
That's okay.
Would you like the rules to
No.
be suspended?
No, thank
All
you.
right, very
Thank you.
well. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 2 is an ordinance authorizing financial assistance to Levy House Preservation Associates LP and restructuring existing city financial assistance for Levy House Apartments at 1221 West Sherwin Avenue in the 49th Ward. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 3 is an ordinance executing a redevelopment agreement with Villa Guadalupe Senior Services Corporation to provide tax increment financing assistance for the senior housing facility at 3201 East 91st Street in the 10th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 4 is an ordinance amending Section 2-44-140 of the Municipal Code regarding debt waivers. I move passage of this item by the same motion with the exception of Alderman Lopez, who wishes to be recorded as voting no on this item.
Hearing no other objection, so ordered.
Item number 5 is an ordinance approving the authority to issue Chicago O'Hare International Airport Senior Lien Revenue and Refunding Bonds, Series 2026, B, C, and D. I move passage of this item by the same motion that was applied to item number 2.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 6 is a communication regarding the appointment of Baker Tilly US LLP together with its consortium of minority and women-owned accounting firms to perform the City of Chicago's financial statement audits beginning with the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2026. This communication will be placed on file with the clerk. Item number 7 is an ordinance executing an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Transit Authority to provide tax increment financing assistance for improvements at the Division Austin Bus Turnaround Project located at the intersection of West Division Street and North Austin Boulevard in the 29th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion that was applied to item number 2.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 8 is a substitute ordinance executing an amended and restated redevelopment agreement with Roosevelt Clark Partners LLC to provide tax increment financing assistance for the development of public infrastructure projects related to the 78 project in the 3rd Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion that was applied to item number 2, with the exception of Alderman Cicho Lopez, who wishes to be recorded as voting no on this item.
Chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
Thank you. And as a point of order, I think Madam Chairwoman said item 8 when she meant to say item 9 on this, in that.
Okay, thank you.
But then you went on to read item 9. I think we're all clear on that. So I laid out my concerns in Finance Committee, so I'll keep this brief. I think this is a bad deal for taxpayers. DPD told us that we're spending $424 million in taxpayer dollars for roughly $17 million in annual property taxes and $3 to $4 million in parking revenue to the city. That's $424 million of public investment to generate about $20 million of revenue, which is less than 5% return on investment. Now, it's paired with vague promises of housing and jobs, and I sincerely hope those aspirations come to fruition, but at this point in time, the numbers just make no sense. Now, colleagues, you may be wondering why this project is before us as 2 separate items, 2 separate redevelopment agreements on the agenda. So number 9 here, the first agreement is approximately $174 million for traditional public infrastructure, streets, metro improvements, utilities, river improvements, and pedestrian connections. Those are public assets, they're traditional infrastructure, and because of that, they can be financed with tax-exempt debt. The second agreement, item number 10, is approximately $250 million for the parking garage and stadium plaza. It can't be financed the same way because it isn't considered traditional public infrastructure. Now, as I said in committee, I support investments that provide a clear public benefit. That's why I voted for item 9 in committee. Roads, metro improvements, river infrastructure are exactly the kinds of investments that TIFs were created to support. Everybody should vote for item 9. But at a time when so many Chicagoans are struggling with the cost of living, I cannot look taxpayers in the eye and tell them I voted to spend $250 million of public money on a stadium parking garage and stadium plaza instead of public transit or the many other pressing needs facing our city. Now, in the same breath, I'll say this to Related Midwest and the Chicago Fire. I'd like to sincerely thank them for investing in our city. I appreciate the fire not trying to move to Hammond, Indiana and become the Hammond Sparks. And I would say that I certainly hope that they prove me wrong as a financial skeptic, and as the alderman to the immediate north and immediate east of there, I encourage them to help me prove me wrong in this. But I also have an ask of my colleagues. As I mentioned on Monday, this agreement plus some Taylor Street Bridge work effectively commits all of the money from the Canal Congress TIF for the next 8 years. And that is a fund that supports both Union Station and the Greyhound site, which provide service citywide, if not regionally. Now, DPD has already identified and sent a letter to the U.S. Department of Transportation of needed concourse reconstruction at Union Station of $50 to $55 million, but those dollars are no longer in this TIF. So I hope that in subsequent weeks, months, years, you will help me find a solution to that. And I also do appreciate you, Alderman Riley. You've been a good partner on the LaSalle Street TIF and the many projects we've done together. And I would note I have significant concern that the LaSalle TIF, which could be used to help some of this, will only have $6 million in it after 2027. And it's already being used to repair all of the bridges around here. And it's worth noting, the Lake Street Bridge itself is already $25 million over budget, and I'm sure that will not be the last time. So hopefully you will help us with those problems. So while I strongly disagree with this proposal and remain disappointed and frankly confused that many of you have decided to fund a $250 million stadium complex, parking garage, and plaza, I recognize that that is how democracy works. And what I hope we all remember, however, is that today's vote will have consequences beyond this development. And by removing these tools from our toolbox to address Union Station, downtown bridges, and other critical needs, we're narrowing our options for the challenges that we know are coming. And when those challenges arrive, and we know that they will, I hope you'll be just as willing to help find the resources for these public projects as you were for this one. And with that, I would respectfully request a roll call vote on both items 9 and 10. Thank you.
Very well. Chair recognizes Alderman Bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to rise and commend the Alderman of the 3rd Ward on a phenomenal project. And when I say a phenomenal project, when you look at the investment that is being made in the 3rd Ward, where no money is going towards the stadium, this is exactly what TIF is supposed to be used for. And when you have healthy TIFs that are thriving throughout the area, you should be able to port money in to make projects work, because there are probably not enough projects in those particular TIFs where you can spend all that money. Now, either we can support our colleagues that are our neighbors in order to get large projects done to help our communities and help our wards and to help the city, then we have to be good neighbors. Now, when you look at the jobs that are going to be created by this, when you look at the revenue that's going to be brought into the city by this project, the restaurants, the parking, the ticket sales, and all the things that go along with that, that's how we make our economy grow. And so we can sit back and do nothing, and at the end of November, we can sweep these TIFs, and you'll never see that money again. Or we can use these TIF dollars for what they're supposed to be used for, reinvesting in infrastructure to help business understand that we are here to help and support them for investing in the city of Chicago. That's what it's all about. So I understand when you have reservations and things like that about different projects, but that's when you sit down with the departments to find out exactly what your issues are to make sure that your projects will not be affected. Now, I would not support sacrificing one project for another. That's not what we're doing here. We're using TIF dollars for what they're supposed to be to avoid the massive TIF that's going to be coming our way in a couple of weeks. So I support my colleague for doing a yeoman's job on bringing this project to fruition, and I commend everybody who has participated in this project to make it happen, because this is what exactly TIF is supposed to be used for. So congratulations, Alderman of the 3rd Ward.
Alderman Irvin, do you wish to be recognized still? Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to contradict him today. Yeah. But let me say this, and I agree with the Alderman from the 9th Ward. This is what TIF is designed to do, spur development. This project cannot happen without the infrastructure investments that Alderman Dial is seeking to do at the site. We all know that this site sits 40 feet below grade, and that we've got to figure out a way to get people off Roosevelt Road down to the site in a meaningful manner. And what this transfer does is gives that opportunity to people. And actually, as a donor to this particular project, because I do share a significant portion of the Congress Canal TIF with not only the Alderman of the 34th Ward, but also the Alderman of the 3rd Ward, this is what will generate development in the area itself. Again, as I stated in committee, this area does not have the same gravitas as you go to the east, and there is plenty of space to build, be dense, do other things, but this is the type of development that will spur the rest of that area to come along. So again, I want to thank Chairman Dow for the work that she's done, the collaboration that she's done with all of us in the area, those who participated in the TIF and those who did not but were impacted by this particular project. And again, thank you for that, and we look forward to supporting you in this endeavor.
Alderman Sixto Lopez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as an alderman who oversaw this project in the previous term, I think there was a missed opportunity in this project to incorporate the needs of the community. This project has been changed and plans has been scratched overnight. This plan included investment by the state, the Discovery Planning Institute, that disappeared overnight and put city money, but constituents on the hook always to pay for the cost, but very little benefits in return. The reason why I oppose this is because I do think that there is a responsibility in a time like this, when the Chicago Public Schools, for instance, are facing a $700 million deficit, that billionaires can just make a request of City Council and get all the green lights to get the support. But yet, when families in our communities, when Chicago Public Schools, when our families are experiencing cuts, and I've been going to LSEs throughout my ward, every single school is experiencing deep cuts, that we are not making that a priority. That the state can scratch plans, can do veto sessions for the bears and so on, but then we don't even do veto sessions to demand resources for our schools. $425 million that we do need. I do think that deserve a community benefits agreement. I think the voices of the people, the constituents that live nearby, the Chinatown area, the South Loop, they deserve to be included, not as an afterthought, but as critical partners on the development. I'm yet to see one unit of housing to be developed on this side. And I will take the word that this will strike and is going to bring development and revenue to the city. But in my opinion, 20% is the bare minimum for affordable housing. And those are the benefits that we should be seeking when we are putting so many resources, $425 million. And I commend Alderwoman Dowell for moving this forward, but again, I do think that there's a missed opportunity in the benefits that the community, those who pay those taxes. And my last thing is that I hope that we are good neighbors in terms of like when the TIFs are replenished and the build out and the development happens, that this was supposed in the 2019 plan. This was going to replenish, pay back the taxpayers. This redevelopment agreement is much different. So in my position, and I do hope that we are good neighbors, because when we are fighting to have TIF dollars for affordable housing, to make sure that our schools have ACs, have playgrounds, that we act with the same urgency and expediency that we use to approve this plan. For that, I'm a no vote on this item, and my commitment to my community to keep fighting, to put money in libraries, in the schools, in park districts, in affordable housing, with the same expediency that the City Council is approving this $425 million after the billionaire owner had promised that this was going to be fully privately funded. I take an issue when there's the public that is being misled to believe that this was privately funded, but there's a subsidy of $425 million. That is what my voice of dissent. Thank you.
Alderman Lopez. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, members of the City Council. I actually wish to join my colleague from the West Side in full agreement about TIFs and how they're supposed to be used. But there's a lot of mixed messaging that we're getting right now with regards to what we're doing. And I understand my colleagues' concerns, and some of them I think are founded, some of them I think are just outrageous. But I want to remind everyone that this body had no problem committing $900 million to reimagine LaSalle, right down the street here. We did that because we knew it's an emerging area where we needed to do something with space, where we needed to create new housing, and where we could use the TIF here, locally, of which we've already committed almost $360 million to projects. And I don't bemoan the aldermen of the ward for doing that, because that's what we need to do. Take space that is vacant, take space that is falling behind, reimagine, reinvigorate, and revitalize. Our colleague from the 3rd Ward, I'm still impressed with 14 community meetings on this topic. So many people said it lacks transparency. How much more transparency do you need? You look in a room and close your eyes and say, I can't see anything, what's going on? That's your own damn fault. She has brought people together. She has tried her best to have a conversation that is inclusive, but that also will invest in this area where we don't generate the property tax revenue necessary to be beneficial to everything that everyone wants to talk about. You want to talk about schools? Expand your tax base. You want to talk about investment? Expand your tax base. You want to talk about your property taxpayers who are struggling and how do you lessen their burden? Guess what? Expand your tax base. All the while putting our own Chicagoans to work. Half this site is going to be Chicagoans working. Our MBE, WBEs, our labor, everyone from our neighborhoods will be a part of this. And yet we're going to question that as what's the community benefit? What's the community benefit to a road that cuts through and finally connects neighborhoods? What's the community benefit to keeping and actually bringing a new soccer league here as opposed to being in the suburbs? What's the community I'm almost tempted to say, what's the community benefit of this conversation? Because I don't know how much more you need in this moment to try to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory for our neighborhoods, for our city. That's, Mr. President, is what we should be focusing on. Because too often when we're talking about what we're doing or not doing with TIF, our colleague from the South Side is correct. We know what's going to happen next if we don't use it, so let's use it. And let's use it for the betterment of this entire city when you have the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
You're welcome. Alder Vasquez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It might be 2 times this month I'm in agreement with my colleague, Alderman Lopez. I think there's a lot of conversation that's been happening. I have my own reservations as this was coming before the committee. And I think it's not necessarily related to just this one project. I think it's some of the history we've seen about the council voting on larger projects that then aren't completed, right? This is like a part 2 of a conversation because a deal that was in place did not complete itself. We could say the same for Lincoln Yards. And so I think entering the conversation, there was on my part a concern about what we're voting on and how it's going to be moving forward and how it gets completed. It's less about the intent. I think but for are very important words when it comes to the state law and TIF. It's used in instances where but for that TIF, you would not see the development happen. And so I think when we're comparing different TIFs and different scenarios, it's a different world. LaSalle, the money is needed to help build what's on LaSalle, but LaSalle is not blighted. LaSalle is doing well and can continue to grow. Whereas when you look at areas like what's being discussed, you can understand why infrastructure is needed, why transit is needed, why you need to get the grade up. All those things make sense.
I got him. That's good.
Somebody agrees. All that makes sense to then continue to build upon that and create the opportunity to grow a tax base, to grow units, and to have a neighborhood to add to the 77 we already have. So I think the intent makes sense. What gives me pause sometimes is the inconsistency in the conversations. Folks raising up the concern about billionaires and stadiums now were really quiet for 2.5 years as actual folks are trying to get tax dollars for the Bear Stadium. So I'd like the same kind of consistency across the board. You can't be crickets for 2 years and all of a sudden this is the first thing on your radar. My concern is more the ability for the plans to be executed on. So if we're saying that these roads are going to get built, how do we check to make sure it's all on time? How do we make sure that the costs aren't ballooning? Because we have smaller projects in our ward, and the cost that we are sold is never the same later a couple years in the future when we have to see it. Also, the parking lot itself. The fact that we're creating something that could grow into a larger revenue stream, even if it's a couple $1 million once it's stabilized, is a plus, but we have to look at the financials related to what projections are compared to what we're spending. So I think for me, thankfully, I've had conversations with the chairwoman and the departments to get a better sense of what accountability and transparency looks like as a plan moves forward. So I'm in support of it, while also recognizing that we're starting to ask for more and more hundreds of millions of dollars for projects, and perhaps in order to make it better government for all of us, setting different standards on different tiers of requests. Because it's no longer just the person in the ward, or the person whose ward is in the TIF. Now it's, hey, we're going to reach to an adjacent TIF. Now we're going to keep checking the next TIF. Now we're going to come back and look and see what happens at the end of the year during budget for surplus, if there's funds to actually look into, where I think there might be larger impacts, not just for that warden area, but for the city at large. So I think I'm in support of this current project because the intent is right. We are going to have conversations about how it will move forward and accountability in place, but so that there's less contention between the council. Perhaps if colleagues are interested, working on a better standard that's across the board even, and it doesn't feel like someone's getting a different conversation than someone else based on the project. So I just hope that when we have an opportunity to create another neighborhood, to create the kind of housing, to have ARO included in it, and to actually grow, we should look at those. And so I appreciate the hearing. I think it gave us enough information, and I'll be in support on this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Alder Hatton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of both these items, and just want to throw a perspective out there as well. On its face, if you're not looking too deeply, You can look at the public infrastructure piece, and I know some colleagues express concerns about public dollars going to like a parking garage, right? And it's not just the parking garage, right? It's the Riverwall retention, it's the public plaza. And I want to say, as earlier we acknowledged our ETOD, 5 years, we're putting in a lot of work, and we're going to continue to put a lot of work to make sure that our city departments are putting the highest standards to these types of projects. They're sustainable, to make them greener, to make them environmentally friendly, to make them equitable, to make sure that they're worthy of the public dollars that we're putting into them. And a project of this size with this impact, it doesn't happen without some of the public investment. And I just want to say I trust my colleague, Chairwoman Dow, on the work that she's been doing to make sure that there is real public benefit here. The work that our departments are doing, DPD, DOH, I trust actually the standards that we're going to apply, particularly because of the public investments that we're putting here. A project like this can't exist without their parking garage, right? And I think that if we're hanging on to kind of one little piece of it that we don't like, instead of thinking of this project as a whole and what the large impact is going to be for the positive benefit to the city, we might be, letting the imperfect be the perfect be the enemy of the good there. So just to say, this site is sat before being in council. I can remember previous proposals for this development and things that weren't necessarily good deals for Chicago. And I think this is an exciting one. And, thanks to Chairwoman Dow for bringing this forward. I think it's going to be great for the city, and you've got my support.
Very well. Those are all the chair recognizes Alderman Laspada.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to say I'm grateful for the way these redevelopment agreements were structured in committee. I think the bifurcation is really fair and helpful for those of us who want to be supportive to the extent that we can, because I do believe in the general infrastructure piece of this. The $174 million that is going towards the streets, sewers, water mains, electrical grid for the space makes sense, because we do not want to paralyze the productive use of this space. I wish I could believe that the $250 million in the other RDA was as insignificant as it's sometimes posed, because I don't agree with that perspective. I mean, when we've heard from Friends of the Chicago River and others, we know, and because it's in writing, we know that 80% of the riverfront that we're funding is going to be an industrialized riverfront for the foreseeable future. To me, it stands in stark contrast to the high standards set by Foundry Park up the riverways, which is, to me, the template and standard for riverfront development into the future. And where the parking garage is concerned, I would echo the points raised by Alderman Conway, but to go further, to say that it's not the Chicago Fire that needs to prove him wrong and prove us wrong. It's the actual financial estimates put forward by the Department of Planning and Development just a few days ago, who estimated roughly $3 to $4 million in annual revenue from this parking garage, which means at best, and even if you increase that by 50%, we are maybe recouping our investment in 50 years' time. And seeing what we have on the lifespan of stadiums in Chicago, but also nationwide, it is unlikely that the stadium is standing in 50 years. Again, I would love to be proven wrong. Our own estimates make this sound like a bad investment for the city. For those reasons, again, I'm happy to vote yes on the general infrastructure, but am a no vote on the parking garage, and I will say ancillary uses attached to that other RDA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there's been a roll call request for item 9.
Mr.
Madam Chair,
President,
yes.
I'd like to respond to some things we've heard
Very
today
well.
before we take this vote?
Of course.
First of all, I want to thank my colleagues for their support on this project and for your input and questions as we've gone through this review process. I want to address a few things. I want to make it clear that this is not a project that is going towards the stadium. This TIF is being requested solely for the infrastructure needed to make that site viable. One of the aldermen spoke about a commitment to affordable housing. That's included in the planned development, but we don't get there if we don't have roads, if we don't have water and sewer lines and electrical underground. So we need these dollars to be spent. I want to say something about the podium. The podium structure and integrated parking garage, while it is unconventional for a TIF request, is the key to unlocking the potential for this 62-acre site that has set fallow for almost the same amount of time, at least 40 years, 60 years, I've been told. The parking garage, as another alderman said, is a way for us to bridge the gap between Roosevelt Road and the 78 site. And it's not just a parking garage. It is identified that way, but on top of it will be housing and retail. And the purpose of that is to bring money to augment that $3 to $4 million that we get in revenue from the parking garage. And we're not even talking about 3 and 4 million, because there's opportunities for revenue from signage and from other branding of that garage. And that podium will bring into the city's coffers property taxes, sales tax revenue. So it is not just a parking garage. Regarding not wanting to have a development where we have to put more money into it, we have identified in the redevelopment agreement that there's a guaranteed pricing for the developer, for the infrastructure cost. If that goes above the budget, the city's not on the hook for that. The developer is on the hook for that. And so we need to keep that in mind. I want to say a couple of other things before we take this vote. I know a lot of you have voiced concerns about the future phases of the project and how they will be carried out. But these future phases are not possible without the significant infrastructure investment we're discussing today. We need this density in the city, and that density is made possible through privately financed vertical development. We cannot achieve this without the necessary physical infrastructure. I want to also thank Related Midwest and the Chicago Fire for their investment in the city. This is a catalyst for the new neighborhood that is going to be created on the remainder of the site. And I also want to thank the Department of Planning and Development, specifically Commissioner Boatwright, Jeff Cohen, Noah Safrancic, and also Constantine Kerrigan from my office for their support and help in putting this project together. This is a project for the future of the city of Chicago. It's not just for the 3rd Ward. It's not just for the downtown. It's for the entire city of Chicago. And I ask for your support today in voting yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a roll call request for item number 9. Members of the City Council, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
All right, the voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. Your voting is now open. All right, I will now ask those who have not used the e-device to vote. Alderman Yancey.
Yay.
Oh, wait. We've got to accept you, Alderman. I'm going to come back to you. I thought you were in chambers.
Okay.
Alderman Hall. Alderman Hall is a yes. Alderman Mitchell, not in chamber. Oh, Alderman Mitchell is a yes. Alderman Moore.
Alderman Moore, aye.
All right, Alderman Moore is a yes. Alderman Rodriguez.
Absolutely, yes.
Rodriguez is a yes. Alderwoman Scott.
Alderman Scott is a yes.
Scott is a yes. Alderperson Fuentes.
Alderperson Fuentes is a yes.
Fuentes is a yes. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Aye.
Rodriguez Sanchez is a yes. Alderwoman Mitz.
Alderman Mitz is a yes.
Mitz is a yes. Alderwoman Clay. Not present in chambers. And we just
Okay, there are 47 yeas and 1 nay. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. This motion fails. Before we go back to the chairwoman, Alderman Yancey has joined us online. I presume he wishes to participate in the remaining of this meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. And Alderwoman Clay has also requested to participate in the remaining of this meeting remotely. Can you reconfirm Alderman Yancey's presence and confirm Alderwoman Clay's presence?
Alderman Yancey.
Present.
Alderwoman Clay.
President.
Can I get a motion? There's a motion to approve both of these alders to participate in the remaining of this meeting remotely. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The chair recognizes Alderman Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to be recorded as a yes on the first roll call vote for the Committee on Finance.
And the subsequent failure to reconsider the vote. Very well. Please add Alderman Mosley to the roll call vote. Alderman Cardona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to be recorded as a yes vote for item number 1, please.
For item number 1 in the Finance Committee and the subsequent motion to reconsider that failed. Thank you. Please add both of those alders to the roll call. Very well. Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I got my reports mixed up, but we're going to go to item number 10, which is a substitute ordinance executing a redevelopment agreement with Roosevelt Clark Partners, LLC, to provide tax increment assistance for improvements to the Riverwall and the development and reconveyance of an infrastructure podium, inclusive of a parking facility and public open space related to the 78 project in the 3rd Ward. I would assume that my colleague, my vice chair, is going to ask for a roll call vote on this, so I'll call
He
for
has raised his hand. Alderman Conway.
Roll call. I've said my
Alderman
piece.
Conway has requested a roll call vote for item number 10. Very well, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Alders, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
All right, the voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open. All right, I will now call on those not using their e-device. Alderman Yancey.
Yes.
Yancey is a yes. Alderman Hall. Alderman Hall is a yes. Alderman Moore.
Alderman Moore is an aye.
Moore is a yes. Alderman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rodriguez is a yes. Alderwoman Scott.
Yes.
Scott is a yes. Alderperson Fuentes.
Yes.
Fuentes is a yes. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Aye.
Rodriguez Sanchez is a yes. Alderwoman Mitz.
Aye.
Mitz is a yes. Alderman Lawson, not in chambers. Alderwoman Clay.
Yes.
Clay is a yes. All right, the voting is now closed.
There are 44 yeas, 5 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider the
All
vote.
those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. This motion fails. Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 11A is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Jones versus City of Chicago et al., case number 2023 CV 4975, in the amount of $250,000. Alderman Conway has recused himself, and he will outline his reasons.
The chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry. $9 million. That's correct.
Very well, thank you for the correction. The motion is for the passage of item 11A in the amount of $9 million. Alderman Conway, would you like to wish for anything else?
Assistant State's Attorney, so I've recused myself as a result. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very well. There's a motion on the floor for the passage of this item with the most favorable roll call. Item number 1 and the subsequent failure of the motion to reconsider, with the exception of Alderman Conway, who has requested to recuse himself. Seeing no other hands, hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, I want to go back to item number 4, which I skipped. Is an ordinance amending the original ordinance by replacing DCNC with Friends of Downtown and amending the TIF redevelopment agreement to include revisions to the residential project at 135 South LaSalle in the 34th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion as was applied to item number 1.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 12 is a communication transmitting reports of cases in which verdicts, judgments, or settlements were entered into for the month of June 2026. This will be placed on file with the clerk. Item number 13 and 14 consist of orders of authorization for payment of various small claims against the City of Chicago and denial of payments of various small claims against the City of Chicago. These were direct introductions, and if there are no objections, I move that these items be placed for passage in the omnibus.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 15 are 2 proposed orders authorizing charitable solicitation on the public way, permits for Knights of Columbus for a citywide effort from September 11th to 13th, 2026, and September 17th to 20th, 2026, and for the Project Orbits International, Inc., citywide, from August 8th, 2026 to December 31st, 2026. This will be placed on file with the clerk. The Committee on Finance also held a subject matter hearing on June 25th at 11 a.m. and discussed an ordinance authorizing the approval of the ownership transfer pursuant to the Chicago Meter Parking Systems Concession Agreement. No votes were taken, and Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aviation Committee. Chair recognizes Chair O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Aviation, which held a meeting on Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. Committee recommends passage of the following item: Substitute Ordinance 2026-0026369, renewing lease agreements with Atlantic Aviation Corporation and Signature Flight Support LLC for use and redevelopment of facilities at Chicago Midway International Airport. I move passage of the substitute ordinance by the first favorable roll call vote. The Committee on Finance, an associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, unlike my colleague Alderman Dowell, that was quick, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, let's see if we can keep it rolling. Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. Reporting for your Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, which held a committee meeting on June the 8th. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following items. Item number 1 is a communication recommending the proposed ordinance concerning the annual appropriation ordinance year 2026, amendment within Fund 925 is a direct introduction. I move passage by this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 2 is a communication recommending the proposed ordinance concerning a redevelopment agreement with True Delta LLC to provide neighborhood opportunity fund assistance for development of the K Entrepreneur Hub project at 4400 West Madison in the 28th Ward. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 3 is a communication recommending a transfer of funds within Ward 30 for year 2026. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 4 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning an amendment to Municipal Code Chapter 2-74 by adding new Section 2-74-076 to establish Department of Human Resources hiring preference for children and spouses of Chicago first responders killed in the line of duty. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on Committees and Rules, the Chair recognizes Chairwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for the Committee on Committees and Rules, which met on Thursday, July 9th, 2026 at 1 p.m. The committee recommends passage and adoption of the following items. Items 1 through 3 are corrections of the City Council Journal of Proceedings of September 25th, 2025 and December 19th, 2025. Mr. President, I move the passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
The committee recommends that items 4 through 6 be re-referred to the Committee on Finance. Item 4, an amendment to the Municipal Code Chapter 2-32 by adding a new Section 2-32535 prohibiting city funds from being invested in certain investment instruments in entities or funds. Item 5, an order calling on the Chicago City Treasurer to cease blanket boycotts of Treasury obligations and resume investments in the U.S. Treasury-backed securities. Item 6, an amendment to the Municipal Code 2-32520 to require City Treasurer to provide 30-day notice prior to any change in investment policy. Mr. President, I move the approval of the recommendations that items 4 through 6 be re-referred to the Committee on Finance by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 7 is a resolution amending the City Council Rules of Order and Procedure for 2023-27 term by modifying Rule 55 to require that video recordings of the City Council and committees be downloadable. Mr. President, I move adoption of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee of Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 8, a submission of a public question by referendum to Chicago voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general election on whether Chicago should develop permanent festival and outdoor event space for large-scale events. Mr. President, I move the adoption of this item by the first most favorable roll call on the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 9, a submission of the public question by referendum to Chicago voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general election on whether Chicago should restart use of the gunshot detection technology that informs first responders when gunshots are detected. Mr. President.
Please, hold on a second, Madam Chair. Please mute yourselves, please, those who are online. Please continue, Madam Chair.
Mr. President, I move adoption of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 10, a submission of the public question by referendum to Chicago voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general election regarding whether the City of Chicago shall pursue all lawful means to recover financial compensation from the federal government for the costs and economic harm caused by the Donald Trump administration violent materialized ICE operations, including the Midway Blitz, the operation led by George Bovina to recover the lost revenue, public safety response costs, and services provided to residents and family affected by those operations. Mr. President, I move adoption of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee of Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Mr. President, I would like to, as well as Alderman Beal, would like to defer and publish this item, number 10.
Okay. Alderman Beal. All right, this item will be deferred and published.
Item 11, a submission of the public question by referendum to Chicago voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general election on whether Chicago should make its contribution to the city pension fund in the first quarter of the year to reduce long-term debt. Mr. President, this item passed by a voice vote with Alderperson Cicho Lopez and Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez requesting to be recorded as a no vote. I move adoption of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee of Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to defer and publish this item along with Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Alderman Cicho Lopez. Very well. Item number 10 will be
11.
Number 11 will be deferred and published. Chairwoman Dow. I'm sorry, Chairwoman Harris.
Item 12, a submission of the public question by referendum to Chicago voters on the February 23rd, 2027 primary election on whether Chicago should withhold funding from its sister agencies that do not enforce debt repayment plans for outstanding debt owed to the city. Mr. President, I move the adoption of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to defer and publish this item along with Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Alderman Cicho Lopez. All right, it's confirmed this item will be deferred and published. Chairwoman Harris.
Item 13, the submission of the public question by referendum to the Chicago voters at the February 23rd, 2027 primary election on whether Chicago should create permanent monuments celebrating Chicago's global contribution to music and arts. Mr. President, I move the adoption of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee of Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Alderman Irvin, you're recognized.
Move to defer and publish this item as well, along with Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Alderman Cicho Lopez. It's confirmed this item will be deferred and published.
Item 14, a submission of the...
Chairwoman Harris.
Thank you. Item 14, a submission of the public question by referendum to Chicago voters at the February 23rd, 2027 primary election on whether Chicago City Council should establish and fully fund its own independent legal counsel separate from separate from the city law department. Mr. President, I move the adoption of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Alderman Irvin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was hopeful that we could do something decent and in order, but I guess we're off that page today, and with that, we'll defer and publish this item as well, along with Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Alderman Siccho Lopez. Very well, it's confirmed. This item would also be deferred and published. Chairwoman Harris.
Item 15, a submission of the public question by referendum to Chicago voters at the March 17, 2026 primary election on whether the City of Chicago shall adopt ranked vote choice systems for the mayor, treasurer, and alderpersons. The committee recommends that this item be re-referred to the Committee on Rules. Mr. President, I move approval of the recommendation that this item be re-referred to the Committees on Rules by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee of Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 16 is a substitute resolution of a submission of a public question by referendum to the voters of all precincts in the 26th Ward at the November 3rd, 2026 general election on whether new shared housing units should be limited in the 26th Ward to help address Chicago's rental shortage. Mr. President, I move the adoption of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee of Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you. Item 17, a tribute to Sam Sinaias. Mr. President, I move adoption of this item by a rising vote, or I don't know if the alderman of the 42nd Ward wanted to comment.
Alderman Riley, did you wish to speak to this item,
Sam Sinaias,
the tribute to late Sam Sinaias?
Thank you.
No?
All right.
And then your motion is for a rising vote to confirm this one, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Let's please rise as a motion to accept this item, a tribute to the late Sam Sinaias. This motion passes.
That concludes my report.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Mr. President, I need to correct something. Item number 11A, the case that I read was the wrong case. It should read Alberto Ochoa versus Jose Lopez et al., case number 20 CV 2977 for the same amount, $9 million. Thank you.
Very well. Well, the clerk will make that correction. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now for the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. The chair recognizes Chairman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. Reporting on your Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight, which held a committee hearing on Tuesday, July 7th, 2026, the committee recommends passage of the following two items. Item number 1 is Substitute Ordinance 2026-0025003, which amends Municipal Code Section 2-156-070, prohibiting use or disclosure of confidential information for prediction markets or event contracts. This item passed unanimously amongst all members present. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hear no objection, so ordered.
Item number 2 is Resolution 2026-0026273, which calls on U.S. Attorney Andrew Boutros to resign as U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois and Department of Justice to ensure full review of obligations and matters connected to Operation Midway Blitz, Broadway prosecutions, and other related proceedings. This item passed the committee with a due pass recommendation, with the exception of Alderman Sposato, who wishes to be reported as voting no. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider, with the exception of Alderman Sposato, who wishes to be recorded as a no.
Very well. Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand this resolution. I understand the seriousness of any time we have prosecutions and misconduct or scandals or cover-ups. I think anybody that would be guilty of such should have to pay that penalty. But I think us as a body, as a city council, I also believe that we should stay in our lane. Obviously, the U.S. Attorney is appointed by the President and then the United States Senate. I think we, in our own backyard as a city council, need to probably clean up some of our own ends. And that's primarily directed towards the Inspector General's office, the previous, Deborah Witzberg, and then the current Steve Berlin, Executive Director of the Board of Ethics, for the misconduct and the unethical behavior that they performed against me, which is in writing from a hearing officer paid for by the city of Chicago. Again, I want to reiterate, the city of Chicago spent nearly $220,000 in order to get $20,000 out of me. I'm going to repeat that one more time. The city of Chicago spent $220,000 to hire Hinshaw and Culbertson in an effort to get $20,000 out of me. Not only did I prove my innocence, I also proved that they were hiding evidence to prove my innocence the entire time. And when I proved that, what did they do? They asked if they could change the charges, which a first-year law student, and I'm not even a lawyer, would know you can't do that on an appeal. After that was denied, what did they ask to do? If we can dismiss the charges against Alderman Gardner, because they didn't want the public embarrassment. That hearing officer, good on him, said, no, you can't. So then what did they do? In an effort of transparency and accountability, they said, could you make your decision private instead of public? We don't want to be embarrassed. Even though we embarrassed Alderman Gardner for a full year on TV stations like WTTW and CBS and talked horribly about this individual, even though we knew he was innocent the entire time, can you keep your decision private? He said, no, I can't. I have to make it public. So, as a body, I understand that we're talking about the seriousness of these individuals that were indicted, federally indicted. I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. It's terrible. And if there's any misconduct that was done, they should have to pay for that, 100%. But I think we as a city council, we should start cleaning up our own backyard first. Let's look at what's going on within the city. What kind of foolishness, what kind of waste of taxpayer dollars is being spent on political witch hunts? So I don't want to see that be done to anybody, regardless of your agenda or your political ideologies. It shouldn't be done to anybody. It shouldn't be done to me either. And it shouldn't be done to any of you. There may be a new administration next year or sometime. There may be a new administration, and you may be the target of these political witch hunts. And I hope that you have the backbone. I hope that you have the same zest for accountability and transparency as you are now when you're trying to drive into the lane of the federal government. I understand what was done. There's questions that should be answered. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Let's start cleaning up our own backyard before we do that. So I'm a no.
Alderman Vasquez, you are recognized.
Gotta love city council. I'll say this. Anybody who wants to talk about the city spending $220,000 on an investigation while also suing the city for another $1 million should probably not talk about transparency or anything related to funding, because that's not being fiscally responsible either. But I'll get to my remarks related to the subject matter rather than trying to make it all about something else. I rise today in support of the resolution calling on U.S. Attorney Andrew Boutros to resign as U.S. Attorney of the Northern District of Illinois. While our criminal legal system is not perfect, it is built on a foundation of political independence, and that independence is non-negotiable. If the U.S. Attorney's Office is going to come close to its stated goal of seeking and providing justice to the people of Illinois and this country. Andrew Boutros' conduct does not align with any of those goals. At every stage of his prosecution against the Broadview Six, he has demonstrated not impartiality and a dedication to justice, but deception, unprecedented misconduct, and a willingness to throw away the values of his office and his country in order to secure a political win for this administration. I have seen and experienced firsthand the impact of Andrew Boutros' reckless, unethical conduct and the impact it's had on the lives of the Broadview Six, including members of our own staff. These six people exercise their constitutional right to protest ICE's brutality. We should be hailing them as patriots. Instead, they've been dragged through months of trauma, as has their family and friends, and now have been left holding the financial and emotional bag. Not only did the U.S. Attorney's Office engage in unethical tampering of the grand jury in the Broadview 6 case, which was ultimately dismissed, the U.S. Attorney then moved to cover up the unethical behavior. So much so that as a ramification of it, then had to walk away from a fraud case involving hundreds of millions of dollars at fraud at Laredo Hospital in order to avoid transparency and accountability. That isn't justice, and it doesn't serve the people of Chicago. While Andrew Boutros spent months trying to destroy the lives of these 6 people who did nothing wrong, neither he nor the Justice Department have taken any steps to hold accountable the ICE agents who've killed Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, Renee Good, Alex Preddy, Lorenzo Salgado, Arujo, Joan, Sebastian Guerrero, and so many more. That isn't justice, it's the opposite of it. I join my colleagues today in demanding that he step down from his role, which he has already abandoned in principle. In a truly just version of reality, Andrew Boutros wouldn't just resign, he would be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. But in absence of principled leaders who will do the right thing, we have to do whatever we can to call out the injustice we see and put pressure on our elected officials to act on it. This behavior isn't just unethical, it is antithetical to a just society, and we cannot let it stand. The people of this city deserve a U.S. attorney who will not falter in doing what's right. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
Things just can't be simple over here, Mr. President. I just want to do a simple no, but once again, we got to have drama. So first, I want to start by defending my colleague. I know, Mr. President, can I have some quiet, guys? Do you mind? Could you move down or something? Just give me a break. Thank you.
You deserve it. Thank you.
Once again, I know what my colleague and friend went through. I ride with him a lot. I talk to him a lot. I know the torment him and his family went through, his lovely wife. Obviously, his little kids don't know what happened. Personally, I don't know why you're suing him for $1 million. I thought you should have sued him for $10 million, but most likely you'll probably give it to charity or something, but I know what you went through. Boutros, once again, Senator Duckworth, Senator Durbin asked for his resignation. But we got to step in here. We got to act like we're the big heroes. We're not going to deal with ICE, but we don't say a damn effing thing about what happened with Sheridan Gorman. Not a thing. Listening to her mother on TV, it was painful. Painful. Jessica Gorman. I think about it. It's terrible. Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungary, Melody Waldecker, Rachel Morin. You know what they all have in common? They were killed by illegals, people that are here illegally. So now we try to do something about this, but we don't care about Jose Medina or Jose Ibarra. We care about Boutros, and we know what he did was wrong. I'm not saying what he did was right, but here we are. We got to have drama about this. Once again, nothing could ever be simple around here, so I'm not going to fall for this publicity stunt. Your senators stood up for him and said they're called for his resignation. Consider me a no. You want to talk about Sheridan Gorman or her poor mother? Any of you? I'm sure you all don't. None of you watch conservative TV or are watching CNN and MSNBC, but just do me a favor and Google the video of Jessica Gorman, the poor mother, what she said. She is thankful her daughter wasn't raped or beat to death. She was happy she died instantly, shot in the head. But we're worried about this. So once again, I'm a no. Just wanted to be a simple, quiet, peaceful no. But I guess that can't happen. But just want to tell you where I stand on this. I'm a no. I also support my colleague. I know what he went through. I don't know why that was done to him. I thought that was terrible also. So once again, thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Mr. Chair, would you like to read? The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and afternoon members of the committee. To our colleague's point, I've never seen conservative television before. So, ever. But I do rise in support of this. I rise in support of this because the behavior that we've seen and heard about is unethical. And if he were a private lawyer, he'd probably be disbarred. And he should be held accountable. So I agree with my colleagues that we should join the chorus who asked for that. But at the same time, I have to remind people that we have another lawyer who is acting very correct in her interpretation of the law and execution of it, and that's Cook County State's Attorney Eileen O'Neill Burke. And many of the same people who are supportive of this resolution would love to cancel her in a heartbeat for following what the law says. So we cannot have two different applications of following the law. If people are doing it right, elevate them. If they are following the letter of the law as a lawyer and as a public one at that, praise them. If they are breaking it, hold them accountable. And I would end my comments with that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, would you like to just renew your motion, as well as those members who wish to be recorded as no?
Yes, Mr. President, I renew my motion for passage with the exception of Alderman Sposato, who would like to be recorded as a no.
And Alderman Gardner has expressed to be recorded as a no. Alderman Napolitano, would you like to be a no as well?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Are any other alders who wish to be recorded as a no? The motion on the floor has been made despite the division. Hearing no other objections, so ordered. Chairman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
For now, the Committee on Health and Human Relations. The chair recognizes Vice Chair Ramirez.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Reporting from the Committee on Health and Human Relations, which met on July 14th at 10:30 a.m. The committee reports the following recommendation, and I do want to give...
Is he on his way in?
Yeah, I want to
Okay.
give
Very well.
a moment for him to walk into the box. I will continue. The committee considered the mayoral appointment of Dr. Garth Walker as Commissioner of the Chicago Department of Public Health. This item received a due pass recommendation. Mr. President, before we move passage, I wanted to allow my colleagues to make comment.
Of course. Are there any alders that wish to speak to this item? Chair recognizes Alderman Will Hall.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I stand in rise of full support, gifted, young, one of the most talented in the country. And so we're grateful, Mr. President, for your nomination, grateful for the assignment, and grateful that the city is going to be stronger and healthier because of your leadership. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderman O'Shea, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support. Congratulations, sir. Look forward to working with you. I would stress that based on recent weather, heavy rains followed by extreme heat, that West Nile is here, it's coming, and that all of us do everything we can to work with Cook County to properly prepare ourselves and make sure that we're testing. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to Alderman Robinson? You are recognized.
Mr. President, thank you so very much. I want to commend you for this choice in leading the Chicago Department of Health. The gentleman in the box, his history, his education, his family dynamic that also is in the box has led him to this job today, which our city absolutely needs. The doctor that is here does not have to take this job. He is doing it for the citizens of the city of Chicago. We know the headwinds that we're receiving from our nation's capital. We know that, unfortunately, my previous colleagues at the state have decided to cut HIV funding. Mr. Mayor, I want to commend you and your team for keeping that whole. But even as we keep it whole, we have to look at this from all sides: education, housing, health. I know that the doctor in the box will be able to do that, and I commend him for stepping in. You know, there's this buzz around getting to zero by 2030. It shouldn't be a buzz line. It should be us making sure that we end HIV in this country, particularly knowing that we have high rates in the African American and the Latino communities. This can be done, but we have to properly fund it. We have to have folks that are committed, to doing right by these communities. And the doctor in the box is the person that will be able to do that. Mr. Mayor, I stood here as my colleague, mentioned that there is no more racism. Well, if there's no more racism, I question why in certain zip codes, particularly for an alder that represents high net worth, middle class, and low income, why in certain zip codes do we see the expectancy rate to outlive in other zip codes? I think that that is absolutely racism, and it absolutely is something that the city should focus in on, Mr. Mayor, as we make sure that all citizens are able to have quality health care, and that there shouldn't be any disparities in your zip code. As the representatives of 77 areas, it is something that I hope that we all work with the doctor in the box to make sure that all of our residents, no matter where they live, have quality health care. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm not for sure how you twisted his arm to take this job, but we need him, and I'm asking that my colleagues support not the good doctor, but the great doctor that is in the box, for a time is now that we need you to help us right the wrongs as it relates to health disparities in the city of Chicago. So congratulations. Thank you for taking on this task.
You're welcome. Alderman Robinson, Dr. Garth realized that Broncos were outnumbering Dolphins, and that's what drove him to accept this position. Alderman Irvin, you are recognized.
A Dolphin, a Bronco, or whatever. But let me say this, Dr. Walker, appreciate the work that you've done, primarily helping us on the west side of Chicago, the West Side United, Rush Hospital, the work that must continue, as my colleague from the 4th Ward talked about, as we have continued to talk about on the west side. We talk about the death gap of those that live in Garfield Park versus those that live in Lincoln Park. And with that in mind, coming into this position, I believe that you are the right person that will look from the aspects, because when you look at some of the African American communities across the city, such as West Garfield Park, East Garfield, Roseland, have some of the worst health outcomes in the city of Chicago. And it is through the work that you will do and that will help us bring those numbers more in line with where everyone else is. So appreciate you leaving the private sector to come and help in this yeoman's task of bringing the life expectancy, especially amongst young African-American males on the west side of Chicago, in line with the rest of the city. Thank you, Mr. President.
Welcome. Alder Hatton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support this nomination. And to my colleague from the 4th Ward, Doctor in the Box sounds like that's going to be like your community engagement. Get out there. I see you with a little table, a little something. We need to brand that. Alfonso, we need some logos. So Doctor in the Box. Dr. Walker, great pleasure to have the opportunity to speak with you before committee. And then, of course, we had the opportunity to share words of encouragement and advice with you. So thank you for taking this position. I want to reiterate the resources that you have available to you. They are in your staff, in CDPH. They are in the rest of us outside the box over here, and the 50 Alder people and our teams. There are probably a few roles where you're going to find a lot of consensus out here around some of the health outcomes that we're looking to see for Chicago. Use this as a resource. Your department's facing huge cuts. We know you are subject to a lot of federal funds, and the needs of our constituents and of Chicagoans are just increasing, right? And we know the situation that we're in. So this is going to be a really tough role. So we're trusting your kind of clear-headed decision-making, but also what I assessed in kind of getting to engage with you, which is your compassion and the care that's at the core of how you will be making those decisions. But again, know that you're not making them alone. Please use us as partners, and don't be afraid to tell us what you need and make us aware of the realities of resources, situations, and issues that we're facing. We're here with you, so you do not have to lead this department on your own. To your family, I say thank you for creating such a wonderful human and for giving him to us here in the city. So we'll demand much of him. And so, you know, people don't achieve the way that you have by themselves. And obviously, we've got your family here with you, backing you up. But also, hopefully, some other public health leaders in training I see next to you. So thank you. We look forward to working with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this appointment. I had an opportunity to talk to Dr. I was going to call you Dr. Garth. We were calling you Doc in the Box over here. Now it's all confusing to me, but Dr. Walker properly. That's probably going to stick now. You know, we had a nice chat this morning. You know, just going through your CV again, you can't make this stuff up. Did you guys read his resume? He has more degrees than there's space on the wall. But listen, the breadth of your experience, I think, is such a gift to this city. You've appears have seen and done it all. Now you're just rounding it out by doing a turn here with the city of Chicago. And one of the things that I said to you this morning, and I think bears repeating again, is thank you. Thank you for answering the call, because it's not a small thing to leave the private sector and come into public service. Someone who's done it, I know. To your family, I'm sorry. He's doing it for all the right reasons, though. And we're going to be the beneficiaries of it. So really, thank you for that. And of course, there's the fact that there's another dolphin in the house. So really, that's all I needed to know. We're good. Thank you, Mr. President.
You are welcome. Alderwoman Nugent is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too wanted to just stand up and rise in support of your appointment, Dr. Walker. I appreciate you taking the time to meet with myself and several colleagues. You know, just talking to you and looking through your resume, I think you bring something really unique to the table that the city desperately needs, and that's somebody with operational experience with your work as an emergency room physician. And I, for one, am really thrilled that you'll be leading in this role. I know you obviously have the CMO experience too, but I think the operational component is really necessary quality in the city because things are always happening at a rapid pace. I also just We're the third largest urban area in America, and I think following COVID, we have some rebuilding and some work to do to make sure that we're ready for the next thing, whatever that is. And I just want to welcome you into this role and offer myself as a resource if I can be helpful in your new role here. So congratulations and welcome to your family. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, members of the City Council. Good afternoon, Dr. Walker, to you, your family, and are they twins? Oh, okay. But partners in crime, I'm sure. I too join my colleagues in commending the mayor on his appointment and on you saying yes to working with the City Council. I do, as I've mentioned during committee, also want to say it publicly here again, that we need to ensure that the full breadth, scope, and depth of your department reaches all communities. This city is a third Latino, third African American, third white, and other. But we've seen time and time again where resources are being pit community against a community. We saw even on something as low as Play Streets, where it was being stripped from Latino communities and had to be fought with this department to be put back, even though we know that violence, when we view violence as a public health issue, gang violence has not gone anywhere, but yet we were moving on. And too often this department under various administrations and under various leaders identifies something, throws money at it, moves on, but we never finish the program. So I hope that you are not just the doc in the box, but the man with the plan to help finish some of the things that we need to focus on. Because there are many issues that we see in our communities, many issues that I know that are important to the mayor, important to all of us, but we can't just speak about things. We have to get things done. And I'm hopeful that your experience in the private sector, which relies on results and not just an endless supply of taxpayer money, whether it's from property taxes or from grants, motivates you to bring some of that necessity to act with you in collaboration, as my colleague from the 49th Ward said, with our labor partners in the department, but also with members here. My concern is that it's very difficult with some of the pressure put on the administration with your role as head of this department, because they don't like the free-flowing communication between us and you. But I think you understand the value of having information come so that you can triage where we need to go. And we look forward to working with you in your success and helping all of our neighborhoods. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Seeing no other hands, the chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Sorry. Just want to say, Doc, best wishes to you. As I told you before, you'll most likely never hear from me. That's for two reasons. That's Alfonso and Virginia. So whatever you do, keep those two for all of us. And best wishes to you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Nice and simple.
Nice and simple. Short.
Seeing no other hands, the chair recognizes Vice Chair Ramirez.
Awesome. Great. Well, with all the work ahead, I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge everybody in the box that's here with you today. And so you have your parents that have immigrated from Jamaica. You have your in-laws, which I thought was very impressive. So you bring people together. Your in-laws who have immigrated from Madagascar. Your wife, Elsa. Your two boys. And then, do you have a twin brother? Okay, so you were almost on, Alderman Lopez. So not your kids, but you brought your twin brother here today. Siblings that are watching and tuning in. And as you mentioned, that this is a family that represents what's great about this country and this city. So thank you for representing us through your family. And so, Mr. President, I want to move passage for this item by the first most favorable roll call vote for the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Congratulations, Dr. Garth Walker. Madam Vice Chair. Madam Vice Chair. Vice Chair Ramirez, do you have any other business in your committee?
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Now for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate, Chair recognizes Chair Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which reported out 3 meetings starting with June 29, 2026, July 8, 2026, and July 14, 2026. On June 29, 2026, the committee held a subject matter hearing on the Protecting Renters Ordinance Pro that will update the residential landlord and tenant ordinance, codify the eviction council program, and reallocate powers and duties within the Department of Housing. Committee members heard testimony from committee members and advocates, along with the presentation from the Department of Housing and the mayor's policy team. After Q&A, there was no votes taken on this matter. The following is a report recommending passage of 18 ordinances from the meeting on July 8, 2026, that include an aldermanic introduction for a code amendment, a local unit of government agreement, a sale and transfer, an intergovernmental agreement, and various land sales. Item 1 on the summary of reports was an informational presentation on a flexible housing pool by the Center for Housing and Health, the AIDS Foundation, that was brought to the committee's attention by Alderwoman Haddon and Alderman Villegas. The following was a short presentation on the program and Q&A. Also, there were no votes taken on this item. Moving on item 2, it was an aldermanic introduction from Alderman Martin, substitute ordinance 2025-0017-573 for the amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 2-44 by adding a new section 2-44-170 regarding requirements for the low-income housing tax credit qualified allocation plans. I move passage of this item. Oh, and before that, I don't know if Alderman Martin wants to say a few words. Okay. I move passage of this item as a substituted by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The next 2 items are grouped together from the Department of Housing. Item 3 is Ordinance 2026-0026-24/7, Local Government Agreement with U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, regarding HUD foreclosure of parcels located in Bronzeville, aka Hearts United Phase 2 project, and reconveyance of parcels to Ventus Quincy LLC for redevelopment of affordable housing. And item 4 is a substitute ordinance 2026-0026-373, sale of transfer of Heritage Woods Senior Living Facility located at 2800 through 2822 West Fulton Street and 300 through 326 North California Avenue to High Point Residence Chicago West Realty LLC, which passed as a substitute. I move passage of these 2 items by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The remaining items on this summary are from the Department of Planning and Development. Item 5 is an ordinance 2026-0026-376, the sale of city-owned property at various side yard locations in the 3rd, 9th, 10th, 11th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 19th, 21st, 24th, 27th, 28th, and 37th wards under the Chike Block Builder platform. I move passage of these items by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 6 is an ordinance 2026-0026-567, is a land sale in the 21st Ward to Far South CDC under Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program for the development of Morgan Park Commons. And item 10 is an ordinance 2026-0026-266, is an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Transit Authority to exchange city lots in the 24th and 37th wards for CTA land in the 22nd ward for the redevelopment of One Lawndale Recreation Center. I move passage of these 2 items by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Skipping to page 4 of the summary of reports, items 14, ordinance 2026-0026-401, and 15, ordinance 2026 002637 are the sale of city-owned property under the Chalk Block Builder platform for the Missing Middle Infill Initiative in the 28th and 12th wards. I move passage of these two items by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The remaining items in the summary of reports are grouped together for convenience. Starting at the bottom of page 2, item 7 in the 20th ward, page 3, items 8, 9, 11, and 12 in the 4th, 36 wards, bottom of page 4, item 16, which passed as a substitute in the 4th ward as well, and the whole of page 5, items 17, 18, 19, and 20 in the 3rd, 4th, and 29th wards, were all market rate sales of city-owned land under the Chalk Block Builder platform. I move passage of these items all these 10 items by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Finally, a meeting was held on July 14, 2026. There were no reports produced by or from this meeting. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Alderman, Chairman, did you do item 13? I didn't hear that one.
Yes, item 13 was is going to be reworked in committee.
It's going to. What are we doing with that one?
Item 13.
This was also a shy builder missing middle. I heard number 14 for the 28th ward, but I didn't hear 13.
Yes, that's an item.
Can we just make the motion just to be sure?
Yes, just to make the motion. This is a sale of city-owned property at 40, 13, 46, 19, 31, and 33. And this is going to be reworked in committee. It was in the 28th ward, but we're going to just rework it.
We're going to rework it, so we're not calling this item.
We're not calling this item.
Okay, just making sure. Does that complete your report?
That complete my report.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on License and Consumer Protection, the chair recognizes Chairwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of City Council. I am reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a meeting on July 8th, 2026, and the following items were passed by the committee. 5 ordinances regarding liquor moratoriums in the 6th, 15th, 33rd, 42nd, and 45th wards. O2026-00, 25526, and others 0026046, 0026202, 0026289, and 0026053. Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendations of the License Committee by the same roll call as items number 1 of the Committee of Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
O2026-0025-816 was held in committee. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, the chair recognizes Chair LaSpada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, the meeting was held on Tuesday, July 7th, 2026. The committee passed the Rule 45 report from June. Before the committee, there were also 339 routine traffic items, all of which passed. If there are no objections, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call from the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider the vote.
Hearing none, so ordered.
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on Police and Fire, Chair Taliaferro, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for you and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Police and Fire, for which meeting was held June 30th, 2026. There was one item before the committee, item A2026-25555, which is the reappointment of Walter Schroeder as a member of the Chicago Emergency Telephone Systems Board. Mr. President, if there are no objections, I move the passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote in the Committee on Finance and an unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Happy Committee, Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation, Chair recognizes Chair Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I give my report, I'd like to just have a quick minute to give a point of personal privilege. Mr. President, I am happy to report I am very proud of my committee. Our last meeting, we had 17 of 18 of the members showed up live and in person, no Rule 59. So I just want to thank all of you very much. Miracles do happen in this council, so I just want to recognize all my committee members and tell you I really appreciate it because you know how I feel about Rule
I
59.
do. That's great work, Mr. Chairman. Keep it up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, Recreation, also known as the Happy Committee, we held a meeting on July 7, 2026. The committee heard 8 items. One item, R2026-0026-134, was held in committee, and the following items were recommended for passage. O2026-0026-340, expenditure of open space impact fee funds for development of Chicago Farm Works at 409 North Albany Avenue and 411-419 Kedge Avenue. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee of Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item O2026-0026-341, expenditure of open space impact fee funds for the development of Montrose Metra Garden at 4350 North Ravenswood Avenue. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee of Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item O2026-0026-343, expenditure of open space impact fee funds for development of Goose Island Overlook at 1111 North Elston Avenue. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item O2026-0026-346, expenditure of open space impact fee funds for development of Garfield Park Community Orchards at 3001 West 5th Avenue. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item O2026-0026-347, expenditure of open space impact fee funds for development of Circa Esteem Plaza at 4730 North Sheridan Road. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item O2026-0026-348, expenditure of open space impact fee funds for development of Kimball and Wellington Plaza at intersection of Kimball Avenue and Wellington Avenue. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item SO2026-0026-272, amendment of Municipal Code 7-38-117, establishing good mobile food vehicle stand at 2400 West Gunnison Street. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call by the first favorable roll call vote on the Committee of Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for the record, Chair, your committee not only did exceptional work, but what happened last weekend was actually quite impressive. Last week, we had The Chosen Few, The Taste of Chicago back in July, Windy City Smokeout on the west side. Chicago is certainly buzzing. So thank you for the work that the committee is doing, of course, the work that DCASE is fulfilling. For the Committee on Transportation
I give all credit to the Commissioner, Mr. President.
Very well. Kenya Merritt's doing an exceptional job. Very well. Alderwoman Coleman has requested to participate in the remaining portion of this meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Madam Clerk, can we confirm her presence online?
Alderwoman Coleman, you there?
I'm here.
Can I get a motion for the approval of the participation remotely? Thank you. There's a motion that's been made. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For the Committee on Transportation and Public Way, Chairman Mitchell.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, which held a meeting on July 8, 2026. The following items passed by the majority of the members present. Page 2 includes item SR 2025-00-16566, a resolution promoting ecologically beneficial and sustainable parkways. Pages 3 through 5 includes 23 ordinances and 1 amendment for miscellaneous items introduced by the local aldermen from wards 1, 2, 10, 11, 17, 21, 22, 23, 24, 39, 40, 43, 46, and 49. Page 6 includes the following ordinances for vacations, dedications, openings, and closings of streets and alleys. Ordinance 2026-0025-907, opening located in the 3rd Ward. Ordinance 2026-0025-943, a dedication in the 3rd Ward. Ordinance 2026-0026-137, restriction covenant in the 11th Ward. Ordinance 2026-0026-284, a dedication in the 27th Ward. Ordinance 2026-0026-121, opening located in the 28th Ward. 02026, Ordinance 2026-0026-797, opening located in the 28th Ward. If there is no objection, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing none, so ordered.
The Committee on Transportation and Public Way also held a meeting on July 14, 2026. The following items passed by the majority of members present. Page 2 includes the following items. Ordinance 2026-0025-394, Amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 9-64. If there is no objection, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Amendment 2026-0027-108, appointment of D. Atkins to the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Board. If there is no objection, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Amendment 2026-0027-114, appointment of Dennis Mondero to the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Board. If there is no objection, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Appointment 2026-0027-110, appointment of Lester Barclay to the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Board. This item passed by voice vote with Alderpersons Vasquez and Gutierrez requesting to be recorded as a no vote and objections from non-members Alderperson Mana Hoppenworth and Haddon.
Very well, there's a roll call vote for this item. Members, please use your e-vote application at this time to record your vote.
Which one is it? We got it now, yeah. The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open.
Madam Clerk, this is Alderman Moore. I was trying to follow the chairman. Can you tell me which item that is?
Sure, Chairman, you want to just restate the item, though it's already posted.
Alderman Moore, it's appointment 2026-0027-110, the appointment of Lester Barclay to the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Board.
Thank you. Alderman Moore is yes.
All right, I will now take those for voice vote. Alderman Yancey.
No.
Yancey is a no. Alderwoman Coleman.
Yes.
Coleman is a yes. Alderman Moore.
Alderman Moore is yes.
Moore is a yes. Alderman Taylor. Not in chambers. Alderman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rodriguez is a yes. Alderwoman Scott. Alderwoman Scott. Alderperson Fuentes.
No.
Fuentes is a no. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez. Alderwoman Mitz.
Yes.
Mitz is a yes. Alderman Gardner. Not in chambers. Alderwoman Clay. Alderwoman Clay. Okay. Oh, Taylor's not in chambers. Right? Anyone else I missed? Alderwoman Scott. Okay. Anyone else online that I missed? Okay. The voting is now closed.
The majority of the members that are here have voted in the affirmative. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell, on a motion to reconsider.
Move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. This motion fails. Thank you. Chairman Mitchell.
Continuing, appointment 2026-0027-113, appointment of Natasha Jenkins to the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Board. If there is no objection, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Appointment 2026-0027-109, appointment of Oswaldo Alvarez to the Northern Illinois Transit Authority Board. If there is no objection, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Appointment 2026-002711, appointment of Christian Diaz to Metro Community Rail Board. This item passed by a voice vote with Alderpersons Wajespak and Nugent requested to be recorded as a no vote. If there is no objection, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Alderman Hopkins, you are recognized. There's a roll call request for this item.
Christian.
As the clerk prepares the item to be posted, members of the City Council, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
For Metro. And the term is September 2026 to September 1st. Okay. That's fine. Just put that. That's fine. That's enough. Appointment. We can open it now. That's all right. We'll rename it later. All right, the vote is now open. The vote is now open. Please use your e-device. The vote is now opened. All right, I will now call on those for a voice vote. Alderman Yancey. Alderman Yancey. Alderwoman Coleman. Alderwoman Coleman. Alderman Moore.
Alderman Moore is a yes.
Moore is a yes. Alderwoman Taylor, not in the room. Alderman Rodriguez. Alderman Rodriguez.
Rodriguez is a yes.
Rodriguez is a yes. Alderwoman Scott. Alderwoman Scott. Alderperson Fuentes.
Fuentes is a yes.
Fuentes is a yes. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Aye.
Rodriguez Sanchez is a yes. Alderman Villegas. Not in chambers. Alderwoman Mitz.
Alderman Mitz is a yes.
Mitz is a yes. Alderman Vasquez. Vasquez is a yes. Alderman Gardner, not in chambers. Alderwoman Clay. Alderwoman Clay. Okay, anyone else virtual that I missed? All right, this vote is closed.
Very well. There are 32 yeas, 11 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Nay. This motion fails. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to raise a point of order to confirm whether the last appointment of Mr. Barclay in transportation was passed with the required majority, since it received half but not a majority of the members in the body, based on the reading and talking to the Legislative Reference Bureau.
Okay. What's the...
No, he said pass. Not according
Thank
to
you. So for clarification, as was described earlier, this is not an ordinance. This is an appointment. So therefore, for an appointment, it just requires the majority of the members who are present.
Okay.
Very
Thank you
well.
very much, Mr. President.
You're welcome. And with that, I believe that there is one more alder that wishes to participate in this meeting remotely for the remaining of this meeting for reasons stated in Rule 59. I believe it's Alderwoman Taylor. Madam Clerk.
Alderwoman Taylor, are you there? Alderwoman Taylor?
All right, very well. Thank you. Chairman Mitchell.
Appointment 2026-0027-106. Appointment of Karen Tamley to the PACE Board. If there is no objection, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Appointment 2026-0027-112. Appointment of Michael Eady, Chicago Transit Board. If there is no objection, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
For the Committee on Zoning, thank you, Chairman Mitchell. For the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks and Building Standards, the Chair recognizes Chairman Villegas.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Members of the City Council, I'm presenting a report for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks and Building Standards, which held a meeting on May 19th, 2026. The following items were passed by a majority of the members present. Page 1 contains document number O2026-00224660, the zoning reclassification for map number 1-G located at 1313 to 1350 West Encona Street. I move for passage of this item by the last favorable roll call vote, the Finance Committee report, and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report. I have one more report to report out. Mr. President, members of City Council, I'm presenting a series of reports for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on July 14th, 2026. The following items were passed by a majority of the members present and are grouped for convenience. Page 1 contains document number 02025-0018-778 regarding last-mile warehouses and e-commerce centers. Mr. President, I defer to my colleague from the 12th Ward.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Ramirez.
Awesome. Mr. President, I move to refer this matter to a joint committee consisting of the License Committee and the Workforce Committee.
Very well. There's a motion to refer this to a joint committee. So ordered.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Page 1 contains document
Just a second.
on the floor. Joint. Licensing.
We're getting it right. Yep. Thank you.
Licensing and workforce. Yeah. Yeah, because half the ordinance is licensing, half the ordinance is workforce. Yeah, but we're going to amend it right now to include licensing. Half the ordinance.
Okay, Alderwoman Ramirez, after further review, the play is overturned. So you cannot refer it to a joint committee. You can either send it to one committee or hold it.
Mr. President, on the floor, you can amend it.
Chairman Villegas, did you wish to be recognized?
Well, I saw, Mr. President, that law was conferring with my colleague from the 12th Ward.
Okay.
I think there's a couple of options here. Either we could move to reject the committee recommendation and then vote to refer to the joint, which I think may make it cleaner. Is that possible?
There's a couple of options.
Okay.
Go ahead. Why don't you give your second one, because we already have discussed.
I'll use
Okay.
that one there, but.
Okay, the chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the purposes of getting everyone out of here to go see the FIFA game, actually, I would just move for the temporary suspension of Rule 28, which deals with the motion of precedence with regards to standing committees and special committees for the purpose of being able to directly refer this to a joint committee.
So we do have a couple of options, exactly. There's an option that has been explained to Alderwoman Ramirez. Is that correct? Well, so why don't we go with the option that was explained to you? The chair recognizes Alderwoman Ramirez.
Can I just get language?
Can you?
Yeah. Just so I motion to.
I move to amend the committee's recommendation of this item.
Okay. Okay, ready.
Very well. For the,
Great.
yes,
So
all right, the chair
I-
recognizes Alderwoman Ramirez.
Yep. I move to amend the committee's recommendation to workforce to change to a joint committee of licensing and workforce.
All right, for there's a motion on the floor for an amendment of this item so that it can then be referred to this joint committee. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. On the motion to reconsider? Thank you, guys. Alderman Mitchell? All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. This motion fails. Chairman Mitch, no, I forgot what committee we're in. Thank you. Chairman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so with that, document number 02025-0018778 has been referred to a joint committee on licensing and workforce.
That is correct.
Thank you. Page 1 contains document number 02026-0026278 regarding sports and recreation use in Planned Manufacturing District number 4. I move passage of this item by the last favorable roll call of the vote of the Finance Committee report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
The first, not the last, the first, right. The first favorable roll call in the Committee on Finance.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number 02026-0026276 regarding residential storage and planned manufacturing district number 4B. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number 02026-0025429 regarding gas station electrical vehicle supply chargers. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains a journal correction of the City Council Journal of Proceedings of May 2026. I move passage of this item by the same roll call, by the same motion rather, if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains the historical landmark designation of the Chicago Daily News Building and a permit fee waiver for landmark property located at 3351 South Giles. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 2 contains various large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade in wards 2, 20, 27, 28, 32, 36, 41, and 42. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Lastly, pages 2 through 13 contain various map amendments in wards 1, 2, 5, 9, 10, 14, 16, 20, 24, 27, 28, 29, 31, 32, 35, 36, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and 47. I move for passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the final committee, Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development, the chair recognizes Chairman Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. On Thursday, July 29, 26, the committee held a meeting to recommend passage of the following items. Items 1 and 13 on the report are appointments and reappointments of the following people to the following SS special service areas. Appointments of Megan Radosovic, SSA number 27. Appointment of Jeffrey Hyder of SSA 23. Reappointment of Emil Mahler of SSA 4. Appointments of Valerie Goodlow and Andrea Brookins of SSA number 69. Reappointments of Nicholas Yassan of 3 SSAs, SSA number 21, Lincoln Square, SSA 60, Albany Park, and SSA 79, Lawrence, Pulaski, and Elston. Reappointment of Jason C. Cariff, member of SSA 79. Reappointments of Christopher Murphy, SSA 28-2014. Appointment of Stefani Roddy as member of SSA 54. Reappointment of Rick Perez of SSA number 25. Reappointment of Yolanda Manuel, SSA 32-2024. I move passage of these items by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 14 on the agenda is substitute ordinance for the amendment of SSA number 21-16 regarding 2026 budget and service provider agreement with Lincoln Square, Ravenswood Chamber of Commerce. I move for passage of this item for the most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 15 on the agenda is an ordinance in support of Class L tax incentive for property at 2 North Riverside Plaza. I move for passage of this item for the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the agreed upon calendar, Alderwoman Harris. The chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the temporary suspension of the rules for purposes of acknowledging and congratulating Superintendent of the Chicago Police Department, Larry Schnelling.
Very well. There's a motion on the floor to suspend the rules to congratulate the retirement of Superintendent Snelling. All those in favor of the suspension of the rules signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to take this moment and this opportunity to congratulate our superintendent, Superintendent Larry Schnelling, on a successful career with the Chicago Police Department. When we look at it, 2025 alone, our city experienced some of the lowest crime rates since 1965 in several decades. And that's a tribute to his leadership and his dedication to this city. Whatever his next steps are, and whatever that journey may lead him to, I wish him much success. And it's been an honor to know him and be called a friend. And I think he has been an impeccable leader and had this city and its resident at the top of his commitment and his love. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Very well. Alderman Taliaferro, can you make a motion to return back to the regular order of business?
If there are no further speakers, Your Honor, so moved.
Very well. Well, there is another speaker, apparently. It's okay. It's fine. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, I don't want to drag on the meeting. We could talk for 5 hours about this guy. He's a legend. I mean, he's going to be down, forever. So I mean, and I know my close colleague and friend means very well with this, but we have to have a special thing for him. I'm sure you're planning that. So I don't really want to rain on the plane. I just want to say, Larry, thank you very much. And let's not forget about Fred Waller. Fred Waller stepping up again to help us out. So, Larry, thanks for doing a great job. Fred, thanks for stepping in. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, you're certainly welcome, and I do recognize that there are others that might want to contribute to accolades for our retired superintendent. And as he has expressed, he is not one that seeks the limelight and has wished to leave in the manner in which he has described. If this body would like to, in the future, provide that special recognition, we can allot time for that. But if there are no other hands, then why don't you just renew your motion, Alderman Taliaferro, to return back to the regular order of business?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we return to the normal course of business.
All those in favor of returning back to the regular order of business signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Now back to the regular order of business, the agreed upon calendar. Chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've received from the city clerk, Andrea M. Valencia, a total of 138 items proposed for the agreed calendar, consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, and tributary resolutions for the following alderpersons, with 6 additional items. Alderperson Hopkins, Alderperson Harris, Alderperson Chico, Alderperson Ramirez, Alderperson Quinn, Alderperson Lopez, Alderperson Coleman, Alderperson Moore, Alderperson Taylor, Alderperson Mosley, Alderperson Rodriguez, Alderperson Tabarez, Alderperson Fuentes, Alderperson Burnett, Alderperson Cruz, Alderperson Conway, Alderperson Nugent, Alderperson Napolitano, Alderperson Riley, Alderperson Knudsen, Alderperson Lawson, Alderperson Gardner, Alderperson Clay, Alderperson Haddon, 6 additional, Alderperson Lopez, Alderperson Burnett, 2 from Alderperson Robinson, 1 from Alderperson Beal, and finally 1 from Alderperson Mosley. I move these in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so order. For new business, the clerk will call the wards beginning with the first.
Zoning amendments, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs, which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Exemptions from physical barrier requirement for commercial driveway alley access to parking facilities, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Laspada has proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 1819 West Division Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Laspada and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-023 to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of West Grand Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Laspada has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-7-1506, exempting adaptive reuse or rehabilitation strip centers from prohibitions within Milwaukee Avenue Special Character Overlay District, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Laspada and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 9-101 by adding a new Section 9-101-045 regarding vehicle speed feedback signs, and amendment of Section 9-101-060, establishing net proceed expenditures for reporting requirements, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Dahl has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds from the 3rd Ward wage allowance account to the automatic expense account for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Dahl also has proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 225 West Pershing Road, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Dahl also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 10-8 regarding charitable solicitations, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderperson Hall has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Sections 4-60-022 and 4-60-023 that disallow additional alcoholic liquor and package good licenses on portions of South Cottage Grove Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Hall also has a proposed ordinance for an amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-022 and 4-60-023 to disallow additional alcoholic liquor licenses and package goods licenses on portions of South State Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Harris has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Graham Waller Jr. Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Harris also has a proposed resolution for amendment of the Sergeant-at-Arms and Assistant Sergeant-at-Arms for the 2023 through 2027 term to include Linda A. Bryant as Assistant Sergeant-at-Arms. which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Harris also has a proposed resolution for amendment of members of Committee on Ethics and Oversight by removing Alderperson Sposato and the members of the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety by removing Alderperson Robinson for the 2023 through 2027 term, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Beal has a proposed resolution for amendment of the Rules of Order and Procedure of the City Council for the years 2023 through 2027 by modifying Rule 41, prohibiting direct-to-committee introductions if similar matter is pending before the council or committee, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Chico has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Raymond Reyes Venegas Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Chico also has a proposed ordinance for vacation of a portion of South Burley Avenue from East 130th Street to East 126th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderpersons Lee, Wagasback, Villegas, and Nugent have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 5-12, authorizing the Department of Buildings to establish regulatory framework and standards for residential buildings that distinguishes between small landlords and large corporate housing providers, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Ramirez has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as James T. Benecki Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Ramirez also has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Carlos Augusto Lemus Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderpersons Quinn, Chico, and Nugent have a proposed resolution to call on Mayor Johnson and the Board of Illinois International Port District to terminate all leases between QSL America and Illinois International Port District, which is referred to the Committee on Workforce Development. Alderperson Gutierrez has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2744 West 55th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Lopez and others have proposed a resolution to call for hearings on potential usage of geofencing by Chicago Police Department and electric scooter rental companies, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Lopez has proposed ordinances for designation of the 5th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 1st Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 2nd Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 3rd Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 4th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 6th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 7th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 8th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 9th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 10th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 11th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 12th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 13th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 14th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 15th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 17th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 18th Precinct of the 15th Ward, the 19th Precinct of the 15th Ward, and the 20th Precinct of the 15th Ward as restricted residential zones prohibiting additional shared housing units, which are referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Housing? 2 committees having been called, the matters referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. The matters.
Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Despite my colleague's second calling, I think we may have missed one. Precinct 16. I mean, we could run the list again.
I don't have one. Okay, we'll include that, Alderman. Alderperson Lopez also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code at Chapter 2-45-165, including additional factors of consideration for reviewing and considering revoking property tax incentives, which is referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Alderperson Curtis has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Reverend Darcel Morris, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson O'Shea has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-244-140, that prohibit peddling in specified areas of the 19th Ward, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Mosley and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 11-12-532, allowing transferees of properties covered by utility bill relief program to remain in program if meeting certain requirements, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderperson Mosley has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 2-4, by adding a new Section 2-4-125, establishing Urban Flooding and Climate Resiliency Task Force, which is referred to the Committee on Environmental Protection. Alderperson Mosley also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Title II, by adding a new Chapter 2-85 entitled Violence Reduction Governance, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Tabares has proposed ordinances for designation of the 11th Precinct, 12th Precinct, 13th Precinct, 14th Precinct, 15th Precinct, 16th Precinct, 17th Precinct, 24th Precinct, 18th Precinct, 25th Precinct, 19th Precinct, 26th Precinct, 20th Precinct, 27th Precinct, 21st Precinct, 31st Precinct, 22nd Precinct, 23rd Precinct, and 33rd Precinct of the 23rd Ward as restricted residential zones prohibiting additional shared housing units, which are referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection.
Very good. The chair recognizes Alderman Quesada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually misheard the reading of that one ordinance from the 15th Ward, so I rescind my motion to send it to a different committee. Thank you.
Very well. So the motion to send the 15th Ward with multiple precincts to a second committee, which would require it then to be sent to rules. Alderman Quesada has withdrawn his motion to send it to rules, or to housing that was sent into rules. Very well. You may continue.
Alderperson Cicho Lopez has proposed ordinance for an honorary designation as Honorary American Legion Doorman Dunn, Post 547 Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Burnett has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 400 North Aberdeen Street, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett also has proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds from the 27th Ward automatic expense account to the wage allowance account for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Irvin has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 4-156, by modifying various sections and adding new sections regarding requirements and prohibitions for automatic amusement devices, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderpersons Cruz and Cardona have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of West Belmont Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Cardona has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the honorary street designation as Honorary Charles E. Larson Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Wagaspack has proposed ordinance for approval of River Ward re-subdivision, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Wagaspack also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2639 North Elston Avenue, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Wagaspack also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Title 17 by modifying various sections requiring by right permitting for electric vehicle charging stations in certain zoning districts, and by adding new sections 17-9-0134 and 17-17-0104 DD.8, establishing regulations for electric vehicle charging stations, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Wagaspack also has a proposed order requiring the Chief Procurement Officer and the City Comptroller to implement direct pay programs to administer construction escrow to pay prime contractors and subcontractors for work performed by city construction contracts, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderperson Conway has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portions of South Jefferson Street and West Jackson Boulevard, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Conway also has a proposed order for a historical landmark fee waiver for the property at 30 North LaSalle Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Conway also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 550 West Randolph Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Conway also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022, to allow additional package goods licenses on portions of West Randolph Street, North Jefferson Street, and West Washington Boulevard, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Villegas has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 4-155, by adding new sections 4-155-085 and 4-155-086, establishing supplier diversity goals, revenue share agreement processes, and annual reporting requirements for video gaming terminals, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Villegas also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Sally Mary Greco Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Villegas also has proposed ordinance for establishment of data-driven citation recovery pilot ordinance of 2026, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderpersons Villegas, Cardona, Wagaspack, and Lawson have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 5-12, empowering Department of Buildings to strengthen standards and enforcement mechanisms for residential buildings, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Mitz has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Apostle Walker Cochran Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Vasquez has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as John Thurnicos Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Vasquez also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-80, making typographical changes to sections of district councils, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Vasquez also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-52, by deleting and replacing in its entirety regarding establishment of independent budget office, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics. Two committees called, the Committee on Ethics and the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Vasquez also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Titles 2, 4, and 10, designating as duty of Commissioner of Transportation approval of applications for certain outdoor events, and by adding a new section 2-102-045, authorizing Commissioner to develop outdoor public enjoyment areas, which is referred to the Committee on Special Events. Alderperson Napolitano has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 11601 West Toohey Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Napolitano also has a proposed ordinance for the honorary street designation as Honorary Mark J. Kornak Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Napolitano also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Captain David J. Meyer Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Napolitano also has proposed ordinance for the designation of the 1st Precinct, 2nd Precinct, 3rd Precinct, 4th Precinct, 5th Precinct, 17th Precinct, 6th Precinct, 18th Precinct, 7th Precinct, 19th Precinct, 8th Precinct, 9th Precinct, 20th Precinct, 10th Precinct, 21st Precinct, 11th Precinct, 22nd Precinct, 12th Precinct, 23rd Precinct, 13th Precinct, 24th Precinct, 14th Precinct, 25th Precinct, 15th Precinct, 26th Precinct, 16th Precinct, 27th Precinct, 28th Precinct, 29th Precinct, 30th Precinct, and the 31st Precinct of the 41st Ward as restricted residential zones prohibiting additional shared housing units, which are referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Riley has proposed order for a permit fee waiver for the property at 26 West Chestnut Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Riley also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portions of West Washington Boulevard, North Canal Street, and West Madison Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Riley also has a proposed ordinance to remove parking meters at 629 North Rush Street to 635 North Rush Street and to install parking meters on the east side of North Rush Street, which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderpersons Riley, Quinn, Wagasback, and Nugent have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 5-12, establishing new regulations and standards under the Department of Buildings regarding residential buildings, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Lawson has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 9-64, by adding new Section 9-64-111, permitting residential zone permit zone 383 to park in viaduct and underpasses beneath Chicago Transit Authority elevated structures, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderperson Lawson also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 17-17-0103K, including electrical substations over 0.5 acres and located within 100 feet of a residential building or outdoor equipment yard as use category for public and civic use groups, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Gardner has proposed ordinance for vacation of public alleys in the area bounded by North Milwaukee Avenue, North Kilpatrick Avenue, and former West Briarden Street right-of-way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Clay has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Willie Green Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Clay also has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Edna Johnson Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Martin has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as David Allen Fritzie Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Haddon and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 18-14-101.3, to remove exemptions for buildings where more than 10% of floor area is classified as Group S from definition of covered buildings, which is referred to the Committee on Environmental Protection. Alderperson Hall has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-022 and 4-60-023 to disallow additional alcoholic liquor and packaged goods licenses on portions of West 75th Street, West 79th Street, and West 71st Street, which is referred to Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Hall also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code section 4-60-022 and 4-60-023 to disallow additional alcoholic liquor and packaged good licenses on portions of West 75th Street, West 79th Street, and West 71st Street, which is referred to Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of aldermanic introductions.
Thank you. For the approval of the journal, Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I am not aware of any corrections to the journal from the June 17, 2026 meeting and move that it be approved.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. For unfinished business, Alderman Mitchell.
I'm not aware of any unfinished business.
For miscellaneous business, Alderman Mitchell.
I am aware of one piece of miscellaneous business. It was filed by Alderwoman Haddon, and I defer to her.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I filed a Rule 41 notice with the clerk of my intent to call for a vote discharging the Committee on Committee and Rules from further consideration of Ordinance 2026-0024-083 concerning the amendment of Municipal Code Title 13 by adding new Chapter 13-150, establishing requirements for bird-friendly building design, and to thereafter move to re-refer said ordinance to zoning to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. I first move to discharge the Rules Committee from further consideration of this item by voice vote.
Very well. There's a motion to discharge this item for further consideration. Does anyone wish to speak to this motion? Very well. Seeing no hands before us, again, is the motion to discharge the Rules Committee for further consideration. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Now, Alderwoman Haddon.
I now move to re-refer Ordinance O 2026-002-4083 to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards by voice vote.
Very well. The motion on the floor is to re-refer this ordinance to Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Does anyone wish to speak to this motion?
May I very quickly?
Very well. Alderwoman Haddon.
I look forward to hearing this in committee, just to give folks an update on the bird-friendly design piece. We're still working, so we've still got some work to do on it. Many of you received an email inviting you to the Flyway City exhibit at the Chicago Architecture Center. We're doing a group tour. Please be my guest. It's going to be Tuesday, July 21st. So check your email if you want to learn a bit more about how this has evolved, and that's all I'd like to say about it.
Very well. Thank you, Alderwoman Haddon. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider. There's a motion on the floor to reconsider this vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, this motion fails. Alderman Mitchell. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we move on to the next order of business, I wanted just to remind my colleagues that on August 27th, the aldermen will be playing against the Chicago Police Department in a charity game at Guaranteed Rate Field. I hope to see all of my colleagues there. Please stretch so that we make sure that no hamstrings and Achilles are torn. So thank you, Mr. President.
Can you be more specific? Playing what?
Playing softball.
Oh, yeah. I know who my money is on. All right. Alderman Mitchell, for the date and time.
Except for the ordinance setting the date and time of the next meeting, I'm not aware of any further miscellaneous business.
Very well. And for the date and time, the chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Mr. President, I would like to offer up a friendly substitute, basically changing the date and the time of the next meeting to July 22nd, 2026. And also, I would like to submit as well ordinances that was already filed with the clerk's office to motion up items that were deferred and published.
Very well. So, Alderman Bill, there is no ordinance that has been offered. once the motion that offers up the date and time of the next meeting, then your motion would be in order. All right, so Alderman Mitchell, for the date and time of the next meeting. Please.
Okay. I've handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting the date and time of the next meeting.
Very well. So that ordinance has been offered up, the date and time. He needs to read it first. So he needs to read it first, and then your motion would be in order. So, Mr. Clerk, please read the ordinance.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, the next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, September 16th, 2026, beginning at 10 o'clock a.m. in the council chambers in the second floor in City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after its passage.
The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Mr. President, I offer up a substitute to that motion, making the date and time of the next meeting on July 22nd at 10 o'clock.
So there's a motion on the floor to substitute the ordinance of the date and time of the next meeting for July 22nd. At what time, Alderman?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Very well. All right, there's a motion then to lay the substitute ordinance on the table. Right, Mr. Clerk, could you please provide the information for that item to be laid on the table? So again, there's a motion on the floor to lay the substitute ordinance on the table. If you vote aye, you wish to proceed with the original ordinance setting the date and time of the next meeting, presumably in September. If you vote no, you wish to proceed then with the substitute ordinance, which would be to set the date and time of the next meeting for Monday, July 22nd at 10 a.m.
I have it here. This is I don't know. Yes. Voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your devices.
Sorry, we got it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know. It keeps going down. It's pissing the clerk off. I have to look up over here. Okay, I will now call on those who have not yet cast their vote. Alderman Hopkins, not present in chambers. Alderman Yancey. Alderman Mitchell. Alderman Mitchell is a nay. Alderman Lopez. Alderman Lopez, no. Alderman Lopez is a no. Alderwoman Coleman. Alderman Moore.
Alderman Moore is a yes.
Alderman Moore is a yes. Alderwoman Taylor.
She's not here.
Alderman Mosley. Alderman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Alderman Rodriguez is a yes. Alderwoman Scott. Alderperson Fuentes. Alderman Burnett. Alderman Burnett is a yes. Alderman Taliaferro. Yes. Alderman Taliaferro is a yes. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Yes.
Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez is a yes. Alderwoman Mitz. Alderman Sposato. Alderman Sposato is a no. Alderman Lawson. Alderman Lawson is a yes. Alderman Gardner. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Clay. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Mosley is a no. Okay. Mosley was a no. Anyone on Rule 59 who have not yet cast your vote?
Coleman is no.
Who is that, please?
Coleman is no.
Alderman Mitz, no.
Alderman Mitz,
Alderman
no.
Coleman, sorry. Alderman Coleman, no.
Alderman Mitz, no.
Alderman Mitz, no.
Yes.
Okay. Voting is now closed.
Mr. President?
Who's that?
Is the voting closed?
Yeah, I said all.
Okay.
I said voting is-
Mr.
All right.
President?
Yeah, the voting has been closed, whoever that is. All right. What's the final count?
It is 19 yeas, 24 nays.
So there are 19 yeas, 24 nays. The motion to lay that item on the table has failed. Now, the original motion was to set the date and time of the next meeting for, what's the date again? The 22nd, July 22nd,
At 10 a.m. in council chambers.
at 10 a.m. in council chambers. It was a roll call vote for this item. Very well. Okay, we're getting the ordinance distributed first.
They wanted-
Does every member have a copy of the ordinance? All right, Madam Clerk, could you make the e-vote application available at this time?
right
Very well, they are working on it. Members of City Council, please record your vote at this time.
He's just finishing typing in the data. Okay. Maybe create it again if it hasn't shown up. Okay. Open that one. Okay, we're almost there.
So again, this motion is to accept the substitute. To accept a substitute.
Voting is now open. Voting is now open. Please cast your votes using your e-devices. It's fine. It's fine. Peter, it's fine. They know what they're voting on. It's fine. To accept the substitute for Peyton Harder. Okay? Peter, we can fix it later. It's already up. Okay, just give me a minute. Okay, I will now call on those who have not yet cast their votes. Alderman Hopkins, not present in chambers. Alderman Yancey. Alderman Hall. Alderman Lopez. Alderman Lopez is a yes. Alderwoman Coleman.
Coleman is a yes.
Alderwoman Coleman is a yes. Alderman Moore.
Alderman Moore is a no.
Alderman Moore is a no. Alderwoman Taylor, not present. Alderman Rodriguez.
No.
Alderman Rodriguez is a no. Alderwoman Scott. Alderperson Fuentes.
No.
Alderperson Fuentes is a no. Alderman Taliaferro. Alderman Taliaferro is a no. Alderwoman Cruz. Alderwoman Cruz is a yes. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
No.
Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez is a no. Alderman Conway. Alderman Conway is a yes. Alderwoman Mitz.
Yes.
Alderwoman Mitz is a yes. Alderman Sposato. Alderman Sposato is a yes. Alderman Lawson. Alderman Lawson is a no. Alderman Gardner. Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Clay. Okay. Okay, everyone in chambers has voted. Okay. Voting is now closed.
There are 25 yeas, 19 nays. The motion to accept the substitute has passed. Very well. So the motion to accept the substitute has passed. So now there has to be a motion, now that the substitute has been accepted, for the approval of the substitute. Alderman Bill, would you like to make that motion?
Mr. President, I move passage by a voice vote.
All right, there's a roll call vote for the move of the passage of the substitute. Members, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
Passage of the substitute. Wait.
Members, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
Voting is open. The voting is open. Please cast your votes using your e-devices. I will now call on those who have not yet cast their votes. Alderman Hopkins, not present in chambers. Alderman Yancey. Alderman Lopez. Alderman Lopez is a yes. Alderwoman Coleman.
Coleman is a yes.
Alderwoman Coleman is a yes. Alderman Moore.
No.
Alderman Moore is a no. Alderwoman Taylor, not present. Alderman Mosley.
No.
Oh, sorry. Alderwoman Taylor is a no. Alderwoman Taylor? No. She did rule in. Oh, but we never accepted her in Rule 59. Alderman Rodriguez.
No.
Alderman Rodriguez is a no. Alderwoman Scott. Alderwoman Scott. Alderperson Fuentes.
No.
Alderperson Fuentes is a no.
Mr. President, this is Alderman Gardner. Can I get on via Zoom?
Alderman Burnett. Alderman Burnett? No. Alderman Burnett is a no. Alderman Taliaferro. Alderman Taliaferro is a no.
Just a second, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, could you make sure if you are if you are remote, please go on mute, please. If you're remote, make sure you're on mute.
Alderwoman Cruz. Alderwoman Cruz is a yes. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez.
No.
Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez is a no. Alderwoman Mitz.
Yes.
Alderwoman Mitz is a yes. Alderman Sposato. Alderman Sposato is a yes. Alderman Napolitano. Alderman Napolitano is a yes. Alderman Gardner is not present in chambers. Alderwoman Clay.
No.
Alderman Gardner is present via Zoom.
Alderwoman Clay. Alderwoman Clay, can you tell us your vote, please?
No. It's a no.
It's a no. Okay. Alderman Hopkins. Alderman Hopkins is a yes. Okay. Alderman Hopkins is a yes. It goes through. Okay. Voting is now closed.
All right, there are 26 yeas, 20 nays. The substitute has been accepted. The motion passes. On the motion to reconsider,
Vote.
all those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Repeating the chair, this motion fails. Radioactive.
Radioactive, yeah.
Very good. For the omnibus, Alderman Mitchell.
I move passes in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. On the motion to adjourn.
Omnibus call.
On the motion to adjourn. Omnibus, we already did that. Okay, on the omnibus.
On the omnibus. I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Now for the motion to adjourn.
There being no business before the body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. The meeting is adjourned.